Good morning, my friends. And thank you so much for coming to spend your Friday, June 21st with me, 2024. Today's 20 day 29 of the Karen Reed trial. And we're still here. We're still here. Good morning to the UK. Hello, Natalie. The world is watching. The world is watching. Did anybody see the Boston Herald this morning? I'm going to read this article to you because I didn't read it to you yesterday. I want yesterday's article. So I want to read today's article to you because Howie Carr did a piece in the Boston Herald. Can somebody explain to me what the Boston Herald is? Boston Herald is to Boston as blank is to New York. Is it like the New York Post? What is it like? Give me an example. Let's see the best way to. Maybe he's been watching my show. He's calling the Reed case the Twilight Zone of trials. I have to bring it back over here to read it because it's real small font. How's everybody doing today? All right. This is today's Boston Herald. It's absurd what the Commonwealth is doing. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. But I'm glad that the world is watching, and I'm glad that this is being exposed. And I'm so glad that we are finally feeling validated in some way, shape, or form. It's expected that the Commonwealth is going to rest today and that the defense will start their case, and it's going to be fire. It's going to be fire because we have spent 29 days, 28 days, 27 of testimony. One was what year? Of testimony, and listen to the Commonwealth defend Jen McCabe's Google searches, defend Albert's not being at the house that night, tell them the guy never came in the house. And for the first time yesterday, we actually heard from two medical witnesses. One was a pathologist who examined Officer O'Keefe's brain and told us about the multiple cranial injuries to the frontal lobes and the temples. Anybody ever hear about one person, a person getting hit with one punch to the temple and causing a death? Good morning, Uncivil. Hi, Kurt. Thanks for the 5. I object. Twilight Zone was a well-written show with understandable stories and at least internal logical consistency. This is wild. Have you seen this article? All right, I'm going to read this to you. Reed case, Twilight Zone of trials. Haas long until this trial is over and Karen Reed can begin suing all the drunken, shiftless, overpaid, lying state hacks who enjoyed yet another paid holiday Wednesday. We've all seen movies about innocent people being framed. You know what the difference is between the cinematic lynch mobs and the drunken stumbling around the courthouse? Oh, wait, I'm sorry. And the drunks stumbling around the courthouse down in Dedham. In the movies, the bad guys know what they're doing. They may be evil, but they're smart. In Norfolk County, not so much. Where to even begin? How about with the fact that yesterday, with great fanfare at the State House, Governor Maura Healey was signing a bill making the dissemination of revenge P, you know what it means, I can't say it in the first 5 minutes, a crime in the Commonwealth. Yet at the very moment she was signing the legislation, her fellow delegate in the Democrat National Convention, DA Meatball Morrissey, was playing voicemail messages of a drunken, obscenity-spewing Karen Reed to the dead man that had zero bearing on the crimes she's charged with. It was nothing more than revenge emails, and done for the same reasons as revenge pay, to humiliate, and demean an innocent female. Not only did the voicemails mean nothing, has your significant other ever screamed at you, especially after a night of boozing, with inbred white trash hillbillies from Canton? But by showing the times the voicemails were sent, undercut Meatball Morrissey's case. Sorry, it's blurry. The version that I have is blurry. But again, it was just like Revenge P. The cops were angry because Karen Reed was objecting to their attempts to railroad her into prison, so they just had to lash out. They told her to plead out, but she wouldn't bleepin' listen. At various points, the hack prosecutor and his crooked troopers have said that John O'Keefe was killed at 12:32 or 12:36. They'll probably come up with yet another new time this morning. But yesterday, they were playing the hysterical voicemail she was leaving for this O'Keefe, who they claim she had murdered almost an hour earlier. Not killed in a drunken accident, but murdered. That's what the cops are claiming. Karen Reed must be quite the criminal mastermind to be covering her tracks like that, leaving voice messages for a guy after murdering him, and the prosecution was playing them all. As incompetent as the Norfolk District Attorney is, the Mass State Police are even worse. Everything their witnesses say contradicts everything that's been said earlier by the prior below-average troopers. Their most vile cop, Michael Proctor, said under oath last week that he had never gone to the death scene on the day O'Keefe died, January 29th of 2022. Yesterday's MSP witness, $190,000 a year, Nicholas Guarino, was shown a report he'd written saying, quote, while on scene, Trooper Proctor secured O'Keefe's cell phone, end quote. So who was lying this time? Was it Proctor again? Or was it Guarino? Turns out on redirect, Guarino claimed that despite what the report says, he didn't mean what he'd written on his own report. Given Proctor's rather sordid, proven misbehaviors, the jurors might have thought that if Proctor had sole custody of the dead man's cell phone, it might mean something sinister. Guarino knew what the jurors were thinking. Obviously, he was thinking the same thing about Proctor. So after admitting that the crooked Proctor had the phone by himself for a while, he blurted out, "You cannot change data." Nobody asked you, trooper. Methinks Guarino doth protest too much. O'Keefe's phone data said he was climbing up and down steps shortly before his head was bashed in by parties unknown. Reed's Lexus does not have any steps. Guarino pathetically tried to explain this inconvenient data, indicating that in his final moments, O'Keefe was inside a house rather than outside in the snow. The phone was manipulated. That was a quote. That's his story, and he's sticking to it. Guarino is a graduate of Westfield State, 03. It's an elite institution. Only 94% of applicants are accepted. Since then, Guarino has taken Zoom courses in, well, something. The defense attorney, David Yannetti, went through of his very rigorous curricula. Introduction to computer networks, introduction to cell phone investigations, introduction to previewing. Do you notice a pattern here? Yannetti asked him if he'd ever been taught to include all the important details in a report he's writing. It depends, Guarino said, on the report I'm writing, end quote. So there are different standards, say, whether you're trying to frame some C word or R word with no ass and a leaky balloon thing. Proctor's descriptions of Karen Reed. Or if you're trying to cover up the possible criminal liability for some corrupt alcoholics in your low-rent social circles. Tell us how you assemble your data, trooper. Quote, as soon as the data is available that I can do it, I will. And if, things come up, then, I do it when it's able, end quote. The previous trooper, Conehead number 4, said he converses with, quote, crime scenes, end quote. Now we learn that his fellow, quote, expert, Guarino, deals with data, quote, when it's able, end quote. Jen McCabe, also known as Jen McTooth, is one of their dear friends. She deleted multiple searches and messages off her cell phone on the morning of O'Keefe's death, including the infamous Haas long to die in the cold at 2:27. Guarino missed that smoking gun deletion for a year. The defense found it. Quote, it was an issue with software, Guarino spurted. Isn't it always? Well then, trooper, who did delete all of Jen McTooth's searches that seem exculpatory to the defendant. Quote, "I don't believe it was user initiated," he said. "It was phone initiated." End quote. These damn cell phones in Canton, they butt dial randomly when they're not even on your person. They random delete embarrassing messages. Then there's Celebrite, which is the gold standard of cell phone records. When the Celebrite supports some drunken theory the cops are using to frame Karen Reed, it's 100% reliable. If it contradicts theories, or even worse, seems to incriminate one of them, the cops fly in a witness from a foreign country to denounce the technology. You know, sometimes things that work perfectly everywhere else in the world just randomly malfunction in Canton. It's the Bermuda Triangle of Norfolk County. The day continued with someone from the medical examiner's office. She had a full sleeve tattoo all the way up and including her shoulder. Left arm, same side where she had a nose ring. Haas long until Karen Reed is acquitted. That, my friends, is a hit piece authored by Howie Carr and was in today's Boston Herald. What say you? Maeve Kelly's like, love Coneheads. Good morning to the Dominican Republic, Manuel. Cindy, this article is great. Good stuff. That is Howie Carr. That is the Boston Herald, James. I said the Boston Herald is to New York, is to Boston like what is to the New York is to New York? The New York Post? It is published on the Boston Herald. So you guys read that already? Were you sad that I read it to you because you already read it? I thought it was important to read because I feel a bit validated because I've been screaming about this at least since January to you and before myself. Before that to myself. Kurt, don't put that N-word in the first 5 minutes of my stream. I already got demonetized. Oops, I can't even show it on the screen. For yesterday afternoon, and there was nothing in yesterday afternoon. We didn't show any graphic photos from the autopsy. All they showed was like a sketch of a brain and a sketch of the bodies. So I have no idea what that's about. It's on appeal, but it's ridiculous. Sparkly Rabbit. That's what I thought of initially. SNL Coneheads. Who remembers that? Oh, who doesn't remember the Coneheads? That was Gilda Radner, right? And Bill Murray, Lorraine Newman. Do you know that Lorraine Newman's daughter is an actress and she is in, does anybody watch Hacks? I love Hacks. It's on HBO. Jean Smart. And Lorraine Newman's daughter plays her protege, the young comedy writer. Can't think of her name right now. The character's name. Hannah, maybe? Angel Castillo, what's the difference between acquitted and not guilty? Same. Once you are found not guilty, you are acquitted. What's that? Where are these tabs coming from? Gotta get rid of all. I got too many tabs open. Always have too many tabs open. Who else had too many? Somebody in the trial had too many tabs open. Tabs. The words are going to come to me one of these days after enough caffeine. But at least I didn't dump my iced coffee on the floor this morning like I did yesterday. So I got that going for me today. Oh, Court TV disabled their chat. I guess they're getting smart. All fans, only fans, all the time. Christian, the team looked focused on their way into the courthouse. I have a feeling it's going to be a great day. It's going to be a great day. Today's the full moon, so there's that energy happening. Does anybody else feel it? I can feel when the full moon is coming. I think it is going to be a great day. Today's the strawberry moon. It's the first time the moon has been in this position since 1985, actually. And 1985 was a really good year. It's actually a really good deal. A really good year for the Grateful Dead. Leaky Leak, thanks for your super sticker this morning. It was a great Grateful Dead year. Tour of summer tour, 1985. Red Rocks, so much fun. Lori Gaynor, thanks for becoming a new member. Gina G, thanks for the 5. Hi from Oz. Hello, Oz. Hello, down under. John had no jacket at all, just his sweat hoodie and cap, no winter clothing outside or in. Love you, Melanie. Well, Karen said he didn't go with a jacket. He didn't have a jacket, but that Timothy Nuttall, he was so convinced there was a puffy jacket. And what if perhaps somebody put him in a puffy jacket before they put him outside? It's quite possible, right? But nobody else remembers seeing it. So again, it's just another question of fact. It's another inconsistency for the jury to consider. And he seemed so convinced of his testimony, didn't he? He remembered it so clearly because he couldn't cut it off with the trauma shears because it makes a mess. Robin, thank you for becoming a new member. Welcome. Shannon Donahue, thank you so much for the 20. You're very generous. You are my go-to channel from here on out. Keep up the great work. I appreciate you. Well, Shannon, I appreciate you too, because without all of you, I would have nobody to complain to and snark at all day. So trust me, you do for me exactly what you think I do for you. Thanks, Melissa. Thanks, Melissa, for becoming a new member. On top is always on top of the super stickers in the morning. Thank you so much. David Reese, thank you so much for the 10. It's incredulous that the prosecution uses data to support their case, but then claim that any data supporting the defense is unreliable. Of course. Did you see yesterday at the end of the day how they tried to sneak in how Karen deleted some Google searches on her phone after they tried to get in the Google searches that she was looking for an attorney after Proctor called her in the afternoon? The fact that they even got up in open court, and you notice how he had Ms. McLaughlin. I call her McLaughlin. You may call her McLaughlin, but where I live, in my Irish world, it's McLaughlin. He had Miss McLaughlin argue that. Your Honor, we want to introduce the fact that she had Google searches on her phone, that she was searching for a DUI attorney. What? In what world or what courthouse or what jurisdiction would that ever be permitted? You have the constitutional right to counsel. Her looking for an attorney does not go to consciousness of guilt, despite their assertions at the Commonwealth table. She knew who she was dealing with. She knew that all these people inside 34 Fairview were cops or related to cops. One was a Boston police officer. His brother was a Canton police officer. Higgins was a federal agent, an ATF agent. She knew what she was up against from the very beginning. And everyone should have a lawyer present when they speak to police. Ridiculous that they would even try that. Yes, David, I know. You know, she deleted her Google searches, but in Jen McCabe's case, the phone did it because it automatically does it. It's like, pick a lane. Can't use it as a shield and a sword, as I always like to say. Roxy McFly, thank you. Good morning. You're at the courthouse this morning to support Karen. Yay, Roxy McFly. Hello to everyone who's outside the courthouse. You guys are awesome. Supporters, the supporters are amazing. So much love out there and so much support and so much people who don't even know Karen Read who are just outraged and fighting for justice. And after reading Howie Carr's article, anyone who hadn't seen anything about this case might get a little glimpse into what we've been watching unfold, this train wreck of a trial for 29 days and however many weeks it took for jury selection. Is this 8? Are we in week 8 already? And yesterday we finally got a cause of death for John O'Keefe, which was blunt force trauma to the head, complicated by hypothermia. And the pathologist, Irini Scordi-Bello, who did the autopsy, she's going to be on the stand again today for cross. She's going to have to admit that she put in her autopsy report that Officer John O'Keefe's injuries were not consistent.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons have anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting in Dedham, within and for the Commonwealth. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
Amen. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
Everything? All right.
Jim?
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Read.
All right. Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors.
Good morning, dearest.
I have to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes.
Morning, Jerez.
Affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, read anything about this case since we left here yesterday?
Anybody read the Boston Herald this morning and happen to see Howie Carr's hit piece
Do we have Dr. Scordi-Bello,
on Norfolk
please?
County's trash? Oh, closed captions. Thank you. Thanks for reminding me. Thunder Road Queen. Did Deb just check her steps on her Apple Watch?
You solemnly swear the evidence of the court and jury in the case now here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Good morning, Buzzing for Truth.
Whenever you're ready, Ms. Tulali. Good morning, doctor.
Good morning.
Happy Friday.
Good morning.
Dr. Scordi-Bello, if I could ask you some questions, just turning back a little bit from what you were testifying to about yesterday. You had mentioned in your testimony yesterday that you had received some, in addition to the internal and external examination that you conducted with Mr. O'Keefe, you had received some other material that you had reviewed, correct?
Correct.
Now, included in that material was some material from the state police as far as the investigative agency investigating Mr. O'Keefe's death.
Correct.
Now, is that something, is that typical? Is that abnormal? If you could describe sort of in general terms, as far as what, if any, communication would you typically have with the investigating body or agency in relation to any sort of autopsy or examination you do?
Yes. In Massachusetts, under Massachusetts law, the medical examiner's office is responsible, and our role is to determine the cause and manner of death by doing an autopsy. The scene or the scene of death or the place where the decedent is found is controlled by the district attorney's office, and state police will do an investigation. When we accept a case into our office, we request reports, police reports, to explain and describe the circumstances of the death. It could be a house, it could be somewhere else, it could be outside.
Could be a house. You're absolutely right, doctor. Was that a slip?
Every case comes with a police report, and we review that police report, and if we feel that we need more information, then we contact the investigating body and ask for more information. Again, depending on the case.
Don't even tell me that she is now going to claim that she reached out to Proctor and Buchanan, that she reached out to them because now she's schooling the jury on Massachusetts law. Oh, this is going to be good.
And specifically in this case, in regard to Mr. O'Keefe, did you reach out to get some more information?
I did reach out, yes.
And was that in part in relation to what you were talking about in your testimony yesterday, as far as the diagnosis of hypothermia and trying to sort of better understand the circumstances?
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained.
Why did you reach out?
I reached out because when the case was presented to us, and after I did the autopsy, I did not have all the information that I needed in order to certify the manner. The cause of death to me was, I was able to determine the cause of death from the autopsy. When an event is unwitnessed, we usually reach out to the investigating agency and ask them whether they have any more information than they did on the day that the autopsy was done. because investigations sometimes take some time.
Not in this
So
case.
in the days
Not in this case. In this case, Proctor knew 16 hours later that Karen Reed murdered Officer O'Keefe with her Lexus and left him to die in the cold. So this didn't take days and weeks, doctor. This took 16 hours.
and the weeks following the autopsy, I reached out and asked if there was any more information than what I was originally presented with. Was there any video from the surrounding areas? Did anybody come forward to say that they actually witnessed whatever happened?
Nope. And you know what else, doctor? They didn't even look for video. They didn't canvass for video. They didn't ask. The only video they looked for was video of Karen Reed's car driving past the library and the temple. That's all. The only video they looked for.
Again, by the time I was ready to finalize the case, and we have approximately 3 months or 90 days from the day of the autopsy until we issue a report, I was not provided with enough information for me to be able to determine the manner.
So you had some
Now, doctor, do you recall specifically who it was that you spoke with from the state police?
Yes, I documented that I spoke with Trooper Proctor, I believe, twice.
And with reference, not asking you anything as far as what that conversation consisted of, but as far as the tone of that conversation, did you feel pressured or coerced to come up with a certain determination?
He said, did you feel pressured or coerced to come up with a certain determination? I know he's hard to hear right now, but usually it levels out and he finds a microphone in court TV or whoever the pool photographer is gets it right. Did you feel pressured in any way to come to a certain determination? Also interesting that she said she only spoke with Proctor when Proctor says in his text messages to his buddies that he and Buchanan spoke with her together, at least on a conference call. So that's interesting.
No, I did not.
Taking that back, did you feel pressured?
That conversation consisted of, but as far as the tone of that conversation, did you feel pressured or coerced to come up with a certain determination?
No, I did not.
And even if you had been, what would your response have been in reference to that?
Even if you had been, what would your response have been in response to that?
My response was that I am responsible for what goes on the death certificate, and unless I have enough information, clear and convincing evidence, I cannot determine a manner.
Clear and convincing. Clear and convincing is a lower standard than beyond a reasonable doubt. Think about that. They're asking the jury to convict Karen Reed of second-degree murder beyond a reasonable doubt, but the medical examiner couldn't even determine the manner of death, which only has a clear and convincing standard.
May I approach?
Yes.
Me too, Peter, me too. Peter says he wishes the defense asked the question to the neuropathologist about other forms of trauma. This pathologist talking about pictures. What time was the snow? How much blood loss from head wounds?
5 photographs that I gave to you yesterday. Do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
I recognize these as photographs of Mr. O'Keefe's body. I believe these were taken at the hospital. One of them is a photograph taken at the time of autopsy.
Thank you. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to seek to introduce in the minutes the next exhibits.
Ms. Little? No objection. Thank you.
Nina says she's scared because she still has to work for Proctor. Maybe not for long. Her response was, I said, not I would have said. He asked what she would have said. That's right. Interesting choice of words. Stop zooming in on Karen so that we can read her lips. This is
May I have a moment? I just want to make sure they're in there.
Review yesterday on these.
Publish these with the jury.
So jurors, remember the instruction I gave you yesterday on these photographs, okay?
Ms. Gilman, if I can have photograph 2853. Doctor, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, this is a picture taken of Mr. O'Keefe's body.
And doctor, if you could, using the laser pointer that you have there, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, you observe of significance in this photograph related to the injuries that you were testifying about.
Yes. So first thing you notice is the medical intervention, which I talked about yesterday. There's defibrillator adhesive pads on the chest. There is what's known as a C collar, a cervical stabilization collar for the neck, and he has been intubated prior to going to the hospital. The injuries that are obvious in this picture include the abrasions on his right forearm and arm. And you can see here, there is discoloration of the upper eyelid of the right eye with some blood that's dripping. That's the orbital or supraorbital ecchymosis that I described before with we're too far to see the very, very small laceration that is present there, but that's what's causing the bleeding.
bleeding. So she testified to this yesterday that he was obviously still alive because he was still actively bleeding when he was put outside. If you stepped away because you didn't want to see the photographs, they're not showing the photographs apparently on camera. So don't worry, you can come back. I have a sensitive material thing up there because I thought maybe trigger warning was triggering to YouTube. And if they saw that in their AI program, they would strike it. So that's what happened yesterday for some unknown reason. So don't worry, they're not showing the photographs, but he was alive when he was put outside.
And it's going to like that photograph 2857. Now, doctor, this is not before you at the current time. It's currently marked as exhibit 442. Do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, this is a picture of the abrasions that I described in my report. Posterior upper arm and forearm. You can see that they have some sort of pattern to it. Anytime we see a pattern, we try to document it as best as we possibly can.
Now, doctor, with reference to
It's important because Dr. Marie Russell is going to come in and talk about patterns and why she believes it's an animal or large breed dog attack because of the patterns on the arm.
these injuries as far as the abrasions to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, what kind of role did that play as far as your determination as far as cause of death of Mr. O'Keefe?
These are superficial abrasions to the skin. They are not lethal. They're not contributory to the cause of death. The trauma that I observed on the head along with the hypothermia are the two factors contributing to his death. These are present, they're noted, they're described, they're photographed, but I do not know how they came to be, and I did not contribute them to the cause of death.
Okay. And that is important also because medical examiners typically do not see a lot of dog bites, animal attack wounds, because typically people, like she just told you, it's not the cause of death. Therefore, an emergency room doctor would be far more qualified, especially one who's written peer-reviewed papers on animal attacks and patterns of dog bite wounds and such, would be way more qualified to opine and testify as an expert on those types of wounds, because medical examiners do not see them very often.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2860. Doctor, returning to the exhibits or the photos that you have before you, do you recognize what's up on the screen here?
Yes, this is a photograph of Mr. O'Keefe's right hand. This is the dorsum, or the dorsal aspect of the hand, as opposed to the palm. And you can see that there are some contusions or bruises. There's a larger one here and two very small ones here. This particular contusion has two pinpoint small defects associated with it. I believe this could be due to attempts at gaining IV access during the many attempts of resuscitation, but I cannot be absolutely sure.
Okay, I just want to stop on this photograph for a second, because this is apparently one of the only ones that they're going to show. Brandy Churchwell posted a picture the other day of her dogs. Her dog left a paw print on her leg. And if a dog steps on your hand, and I got a lot of heat for saying this one time because I didn't show the photo, but I don't know, does that at all look like a paw print? Could it? I don't know. I mean, if somebody stepped on it, let's say he was on the ground and like a dog stepped on him, I don't know. But when I saw that picture that Brandy posted of her dog's paw print on her leg, I was like, it's kind of similar. But yeah, again, there may be a different picture of it, or a better one, but you can see the knuckles, right? I don't know. Not a paw print, but like it could have been like defensive wounds from holding. And look, there's another wound right here. See this right above the hospital bracelet there? This. I don't know what that is. Moving on.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2865. And Dr. Scordi-Bello, if you could, again, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance she notes in this photograph.
Again, this is a slightly closer view of Mr. O'Keefe's face. You can see the discoloration, the ecchymosis on the right eye with a slight amount of bleeding. You can see here that there's also some discoloration of his left eyelid.
And doctor, with reference to the other injuries that you were testifying about yesterday, as far as the small cuts or abrasions or lacerations, are those visible in this photograph as well?
I can't hear your question. If you could just
Neither
repeat
can
it
we.
and a little louder.
Sure. My apologies, doctor. With reference to this photograph, as far as your testimony yesterday in regard to the other smaller injuries around the nose and eyes area of Mr. O'Keefe, are those visible in this photograph as well?
You can see some discoloration of the nose, but this is not a very good picture of it. I think there's a linear abrasion on the left side of the nose that I described, and it's probably this.
Ms. Gilman, could I have photograph 2877? And doctor, if you could, again, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, is significant you observed in this photograph.
Yes, this is a view of the left side of Mr. O'Keefe's face. You can see the discoloration of the left eyelid, and now you can see this linear abrasion on his nose and a small abrasion more towards the middle of his nose.
Ms. Gilman, lastly, from this set, if I could have photograph 9488. Same, Dr. Scordi-Bello, if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, is significant you observed.
This is the laceration to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head. You can see this defect here. It's ragged. It's a typical classic blunt impact injury, and you can see the abrasion, the scrape that is adjacent to it.
Thank you, Doctor. Ms. Gilman, you can take that. And the doctor, we get out the lights. Thank you. Now, Doctor, with reference to what you were testifying yesterday as far as the subscapular bleeding, bleeding under the scalp, was that more or less prominent on one side versus the other side of Mr. O'Keefe's scalp?
Yes, it was more prominent under that laceration that we just looked at.
And so would that be more prominent on the right side? Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, you testified yesterday about a blunt object injury in relation to the injury to the back of the head, then leading to the fractures and the bleeding in the brain, correct?
Correct.
And then further leading to the ecchymosis, is that correct?
In the eyes, yes.
Now, that blunt object, what, if anything, can you say about what that blunt object could be?
Could be any blunt object.
Now, from your training experience,
Not answering that. Could be any blunt object.
with reference to the number of autopsies and examinations that you've conducted over the years, would that blunt object, the possibility include the ground, especially if it was frozen ground?
Objection.
Yeah, that's a little bit leading. You probably couldn't hear him, but he said, as one of those blunt objects that you were describing, could that include the ground, especially if it was frozen ground? She just testified it could be any blunt object, and now he's going to lead her into what he wants her to say. See what happens with the objection.
Ask the question differently.
The injuries that you observed to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head, skull fracture, would that be consistent with a fall to the ground?
It could be.
Would that be consistent with being projected by an object, say in a pedestrian collision, and then striking your head on the ground?
It's possible.
Did you see the way she shook her head? She's like, yeah, it's possible. But she doesn't see any other injuries to his body that indicated that he got struck by a car. Hold on. Watch. Watch what she does with her head.
Skull fracture, would that be consistent with a fall to the ground?
It could be.
Would that be consistent with being projected by an object, say in a pedestrian collision, and then striking your head on the ground?
It's possible.
I don't think she thinks it's possible.
The arm injuries that you observed, would those be consistent with scratches from either glass or a piece of plastic or a piece of metal?
It's possible.
Again, did the same thing with her head.
And the injuries that you observed, would that be consistent with injuries that you observed in other cases of a pedestrian collision?
They're not the classic pedestrian injuries that we observe. No.
Bam! Bam, bam, bam! Bam, bam, bam! Did you hear that? Are they consistent? They are not the classic pedestrian injuries that we see. Did everybody see that? Okay, let's take that back to his question and answer, because that's fire. He was a stupid, stupid man to ask that question. She said, yeah, the scratches could have come from a glass or another piece of metal.
It's metal.
It's possible.
And the injuries that you observed, would that be consistent with injuries that you observed in other cases of a pedestrian collision?
They're not the classic pedestrian injuries that we observe. No.
No.
And to that point, as far as when you say classic, as far as a pedestrian collision is concerned, you've conducted autopsies on a number of different pedestrian collisions over the course of your career. Is that correct?
Yes, I have.
Do they all sort of mirror each other? Is there sort of a disparity depending on how the person interacted with the car?
Objection.
Sustained. Watch the form, Mr. Lally.
What, if anything, are every injuries from a pedestrian collision the same?
No.
And why not?
It depends on many factors. It depends on the position of the body, of the pedestrian or the person being struck. It depends on whether they are moving or standing still. It depends on the speed of the car. It depends on whether brakes were applied or not. There's a lot of factors that come into play.
Would another factor be sort of the shape of the vehicle that strikes a pedestrian?
That's also possible.
The shape of a vehicle? Was she driving like a 1958 Thunderbird with like, or whatever car that was with the really, really sharp wings at the end of it? The shape of the vehicle?
Well, yes, that's a factor.
And did you have occasion to see any photographs, or have you seen any photographs in relation to the defendant's vehicle in this case?
I have seen photographs, yes.
And the size or shape of that vehicle, what, if any, significance did that have to you as far as your examination?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
She's not an accident reconstructionist. She's a medical examiner. You're going to allow her to opine about her photographs of the car? Okay. Lally fishing, exactly.
When we have a potential vehicle, clearly we look at the height, because one of the things that we do in most or all pedestrian or people struck by a motor vehicle is look at the legs, because in the majority we see injuries to the legs from the bumper of the car. Again, depending on the kind of car, the size of the car, and the height of the bumper. So in Mr. Keefe, I did not see any injuries in the lower extremities. And looking at the car, I did note that it was a much bigger car with much higher, I would say much higher tail light bumper. It was not a sedan or a car that's low to the ground where the bumper would be at the level of, let's say, the knee or slightly above or slightly below.
Girl, do not ruin your credibility for these people. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't ruin your credibility for these people. You are a medical doctor with an extensive history. You trained in New York. You went to a very excellent medical school. They call it Mount Sinai now. I think it used to be called Einstein School of Medicine in New York City. Do not ruin your career for these people. You want the jury to think that you looked at pictures of the Lexus and you had to throw taillight in there because you were told to sprinkle the taillight into your testimony? See what I did there? Sprinkle the taillight into your testimony. So you even mentioned the taillight of the this testimony is so inappropriate that I can't even believe it's allowed in here. And I want you to hear it again because that is ridiculous. Yeah, in motor vehicle accidents with pedestrians, we always see bumper marks on the legs. But, I looked at photos of this car, and so that in this car wouldn't happen. No, wrong. Hold on. You know who didn't measure the taillight or the car? Trooper Paul, Joe Paul, the accident reconstructionist for the Commonwealth. Let's hear.
To the legs from the bumps. In most, I'd have.
I'll allow it.
I want to hear the question again.
What, if any,
Yes.
and the size or shape of that vehicle, what, if any, significance did that have to you as far as your examination?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
When we have a potential vehicle, clearly we look at the height, because one of the things that we do in most or all pedestrian or people struck by a motor vehicle is look at the legs, because in the majority, we see injuries to the legs from the bumper of the car. Again, depending on the kind of car, the size of the car, and the height of the bumper. So in Mr. O'Keefe, I did not see any injuries in the lower extremities. And looking at the car, I did note that it was a much bigger car with much higher, I would say much higher tail light bumper. It was not a sedan or a car that's low to the ground where the bumper would be at the level of, let's say, the knee or slightly above or slightly below.
Mm-hmm. What if somebody got hit by a Mack truck, which is way bigger than a Lexus? Would they have no lower body injuries? What if the theory was that, you know, they got hit and then they were thrown? Would they have 10 feet onto the lawn, let's just say, for, you know, everyone's given a different, would they have any like bruising to the side of their body where they landed, or like their back or their legs or their butt, or, you know, something other than their arm and the back of their head? Would there be any sort of scraping or like real abrasions called road rash where the body was, you know, sliding along the ground or hit the ground? Are you absolutely insane? She's got her eyes closed, and with good reason, because her career's over after this. No hip or abdomen injuries. No, there's nothing. This is embarrassing. I'm embarrassed. And I am in shock and horror. And as someone who handled accident cases for over 30 years, I have never heard testimony like this in my life. She looks like she's going to throw up. You better bring her a bucket.
And again, I believe yesterday in your testimony, you indicated that the skull is a pretty thick bone. Is that correct?
Yes.
Sustained.
With regards to the
I want to hear that sustained again. Yeah. You indicated that the skull is thicker. Mm-hmm. And again,
I believe yesterday in your testimony, you indicated that the skull is a pretty thick bone. Is that correct?
Yes.
Sustained.
sustained, but she said yes. The skull is a pretty
Regards,
thick bone.
To the thickness of the skull bone, what if any significance, or what if anything you say as far as the type or amount of force that would be would be necessary to cause the fracture that you observed?
Because now she's a biomechanical engineer / physicist. The amount of force necessary. You couldn't get it out of your own witness, Trooper Paul, because his 120 hours of Zoom classes didn't teach him even the calculation required to determine force or acceleration. But you want the medical examiner to answer that question, Lally?
Overruled.
Overruled.
I would
I quit.
consider the amount of force to be significant, again, without being able to quantify it.
I have a moment, John.
Yes.
I quit. I quit. Welcome to the twilight zone of Norfolk County, friends, where there are no rules of evidence. And if you're the Commonwealth, you can ask whatever you want.
Now, doctor, from the internal and external examination that you conducted in regard to Mr. O'Keefe, as well as the other materials that you reviewed, were you able to come to an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to the cause of death of John O'Keefe?
Yes, the cause of death was due to blunt impact injuries of the head and hypothermia.
Thank you, doctor. Your Honor, I have no further questions.
All right. Cross-examination.
Please cross. Please.
Good morning, Dr. Scordi-Bello.
Good morning.
Ms. Little, keep your voice up.
Absolutely. You testified regarding a number of injuries that you referred to as blunt impact injuries, correct?
Yes,
And to be clear, blunt impact injuries are a very, very large category that includes contusions, lacerations, abrasions, and fractures.
correct.
And you testified similarly that a blunt object can also refer to a large range of objects. Is that right?
Correct.
And I think yesterday you gave the example of a microphone being a blunt object.
Correct.
It could also include something like a baseball bat,
Correct.
a dumbbell,
Could be.
Dumbbell.
the ground,
Yes.
or a German Shepherd's claws.
Clause. Possibly, yes.
Oh,
You'd agree that John O'Keefe had a number of blunt impact injuries on his face, on his head, and his right arm.
Yes.
Besides his right arm, which we'll discuss in a second, taking his body from the neck down, he did not have any significant injuries.
From the neck down. Not significant, no.
Let's take those one at a time. No injury whatsoever to his shoulders.
Correct.
No injuries whatsoever to his chest area, aside from sort of the CPR-related injuries that you discussed.
Yes, correct.
And that was in the sternum, is that right?
It was in the ribs, just adjacent to the sternum, yes.
Okay. No injuries to his torso, other than that.
No.
No injuries to his back.
No.
No injuries to his hips.
Correct.
No injuries to his pelvis.
Correct.
No injuries to his thighs.
To his,
Thighs.
no.
No injuries to his knees.
Correct.
No injuries to his shins.
Correct.
No injuries to his ankles.
Correct.
No injuries to his feet.
Correct.
From the neck down, he did not have a single broken bone, again, aside from those CPR-related injuries you discussed, correct?
That's correct.
Not a single fracture.
Other than CPR, correct.
And you spoke earlier about how the bumper was a little higher than on, say, a regular sedan, correct?
Correct.
And so usually in a pedestrian collision, you would see injuries to the knees. Is that right?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
yeah, you will.
Depending on the kind of car, depending on the speed, depending on the height of the individual and the car, you might see injuries to their lower extremity. Yeah.
But in this case, you didn't see any injuries to his thighs, to his pelvis, anything even at the height of the bumper. Is that correct?
Corrected a very minor abrasion to the side of his right knee.
So surely you'd agree that John O'Keefe's injuries, or lack thereof, are inconsistent with having been struck by a 7,000-pound vehicle at 24 miles per hour and being projected 30 feet.
Objection.
Sustained. Break it down, ask it differently.
Would you agree that John O'Keefe's injuries, are, or lack thereof, are inconsistent with having been struck by a vehicle at 24 miles per hour?
I would say it's
Don't ruin your career.
likely and unlikely at the same time, depending on the position of the body and the vehicle in question.
Mm.
Well, let me give you a hypothetical. Let's say the person were standing with their arm like this, and they were struck by the rear taillight of a vehicle at 24 miles per hour. Would you agree that his injuries are inconsistent with that scenario?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why? That's their theory. Don't you think that the defense is allowed to cross-examine this witness who you just allowed to testify about the size and shape of the vehicle causing injuries, that she should be able to opine on that question, Judge? That could be a reversible error. I don't know. I'm losing my mind. Wow.
May we approach, Your Honor?
The fix is in, folks. The fix is in. They're approaching. Let's hear that question one more time. That is 100% admissible.
Objection.
She's allowed to ask that question. How,
Of a vehicle.
where the hell are we?
The hypothetical. Let's say the person were standing with their arm like this, and they were struck by the rear taillight of a vehicle at 24 miles per hour. Would you agree that his injuries are inconsistent with that scenario?
Objection.
Sustained.
Oh, I'm sorry. She's allowed to answer that question. She's their expert witness.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
She's a medical witness. That's their theory. There's no way this question should not be allowed. Am I losing my mind? I am in the Twilight Zone. Where's Mark Betterow? Oh, he's at that duck boat parade today.
Would you agree that John O'Keefe's injuries to his arm, let's start there, are inconsistent with having been struck by a vehicle at 24 miles per hour and then causing him to spin around and be projected 30 feet?
Okay, so you need to break it down.
Would you agree that John O'Keefe's injury to his arm are inconsistent with having been struck by a vehicle at 24 miles per hour?
I don't know. I am not a reconstruction expert.
But you just testified about the size and shape of the vehicle and whether that would affect the injuries. So you can't, again, use it as a shield and a sword, Doc.
I'm not a biomechanics expert.
Oh.
I never personally inspected the car, so I can't offer an opinion on that.
Okay, then you know what? Then her other testimony that she gave about the size and shape of the vehicle should be stricken from the record. Okay, right now you're not an expert, but before you were an expert because you asked for pictures of the vehicle, right? Because you couldn't understand why there were no lower body injuries that you would expect to see in a pedestrian case. So you asked for photos of the vehicle and opined on that, but now you're walking it back. This is insane.
You did examine John O'Keefe's arm, correct?
Yes,
You observed no significant bruising,
correct,
no fractures,
correct,
and no broken bones.
correct.
I'd like to talk about the injuries to John O'Keefe's face. You testified that Mr. O'Keefe had a laceration on his right upper eyelid.
Correct.
You also described multiple abrasions on his nose.
2, yes,
On his
Although
nose.
these injuries may not have been the ultimate cause of his death, you'd agree that less severe injuries can still be very important in interpreting the manner or the context in which that person died, correct?
correct,
And in furtherance of that, you've been taught that when doing an autopsy, details matter,
correct,
no matter how small.
correct,
And that's one of the reasons as a medical examiner, you have to notate every single injury you find on a person. Is that right?
correct.
If I could show you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
The duck boat parade will be there later,
Show Mr.
Peggy.
Lally.
You can watch it on replay.
That photograph? Do you recognize that photograph?
I do.
And is that a photograph that was taken in connection with your autopsy?
Yes, it was taken at the time of autopsy after the face was cleaned.
Move to admit.
I'm sorry, after what?
The face was cleaned up.
Okay.
I move to admit, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Exhibit 650.
Permission to publish?
Yes.
Are these the facial injuries that you were testifying to earlier?
Yes.
And could you kind of describe in that photograph what injuries you observed to his face?
The orbital ecchymosis on both eyes, the small laceration to the right eyelid, the abrasions on the nose.
And you testified that the injuries to his face were also the result of a blunt force trauma.
Correct.
So that's the laceration to the eye and the 2 abrasions that we see there on his nose.
Correct.
And you agree that those injuries don't just manifest out of nowhere, right?
Absolutely.
They have to originate from something.
Yes.
Would you agree that his injuries to his face are consistent with having been punched?
That is a possibility.
Ah, that is a possibility that he was punched. Hear that?
You can take that down, Mr. Bates. Thank you. Your internal examination notes also cite a tongue laceration on the right front of the victim's tongue. Do you recall that?
Yes,
Bit his tongue.
And you'd agree that a tongue laceration can be also caused by blunt force trauma.
correct.
And that could also include something like a punch to the victim's face or jaw.
That's a possibility.
Bam. Punch to the victim's face or jaw. I want to know if his nose is broken so badly.
In addition to the facial injuries, you described that Mr. O'Keefe had a significant laceration on the back of his head.
He had one laceration to the back of his head, correct?
I believe we saw a photograph of that a little
Yes.
bit earlier. You testified that the skin around the laceration on the back of his head was also scratched. Do you recall
Yes.
that?
I do.
But you did not testify as to how you opined that might have happened.
No,
Would you agree that someone could certainly get scratched on the back of their head if they were, for instance, dragged on the ground?
it's possible.
Oh, it's possible. It's possible that that scratching on the back of the head could come from getting dragged. Love this cross.
You described the open wound to the back of his head as a laceration, which is sort of a blunt force injury that's not the result of sharp force trauma. Is that right?
Yes,
And you'd agree that Mr. O'Keefe's head injury came from some sort of blow to the back of the head, whether it be an object or the ground. Is that
Yeah.
right?
yes,
Objection.
Hold on, man.
And that injury could be the result of falling backward from a standing position onto concrete.
it's possible.
Concrete.
It could also be the result of being struck with a large object such as a baseball bat or a barbell.
It's possible.
Hmm.
In other words, it was an irregular laceration that resulted from some blunt force trauma.
Correct.
Oh, I would love to see Lally's face right now.
I'd like to sort of circle back to those injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's arm. You testified that there were, again, no fractures, no broken bones, no significant contusions.
Correct.
But you did describe the wounds to Mr. O'Keefe's arm as having discrete linear abrasions, which were caused by some sort of blunt object, correct?
Yes.
What does discrete mean?
It means each one is an individual injury as opposed to confluent where it would be all meshed together.
Your Honor, if I could publish what's been previously marked as Exhibit 19.
Okay.
So he would have had to have been struck with
And
8 or
these are sort
10
of the linear
blunt
wounds that you're
objects.
referring to.
Yes.
And you testified that these also sort of appear in clusters or groups. You call them
Yes.
pattern abrasions. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
And you'd agree that, for example, road rash does not result in this type of discrete linear wounds.
It could, but not exactly like this.
No.
Well, typically road rash covers sort of a large area of the skin. It would be a large abrasion. I mean, you've seen numerous cases of road rash in your
Yes.
career. And it doesn't look like that.
Correct.
Ah, that's not road rash. Doesn't look like
Blunt
that.
force
Nope. See, ask the right question and get the right answer. Well done, Liza. Well done.
trauma can include injuries from various objects, as you testified, including an animal claw, correct?
Correct.
And you'd agree that these discrete linear abrasions are inconsistent with having been struck by a smooth rear tail light at 24 miles per hour.
Objection.
Can you answer that, doctor?
Please do.
I can't. By a
Okay.
smooth, no.
All right, next question.
No, it wouldn't be, or no, you can't answer that.
By a smooth rear tail light, you said that is not what you would see at 24 miles per hour, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
She just said that. Okay.
As you testified earlier, you've indicated that based on the facts that were presented to you, you don't know what caused those significant scratches on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm.
I do not.
Bam, 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 bam. Do you know where Chloe is, Dr. Scordi-Bello?
May I approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
We're just catching up to real time. We're a little behind.
If I could just see what was.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr.
Because she's tricking you, Lally.
O'Keefe's right hand.
She's going to show you
Do you
something.
recognize that photograph?
I do. It's a photograph of Mr. O'Keefe's right hand.
May I mark that as the next in order?
Is there an objection?
May we approach?
Okay.
Is there an objection, Lally? Lally, is there an objection? Wink, wink, nod, nod, say no more. You know what I'm saying, Lally? You may want to object to this, Lally. Is there an objection, Mr. Lally? Unbelievable.
Unmuted.
Free Billy Dibbits. Free my boy, Billy Dibbits. Bang, 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 bang.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Permission to publish?
Well, we need to mark it first. All set to be published appropriately.
Yes, Your Honor.
All set to be published appropriately, the way we do it in Massachusetts. Young California lawyer.
Dr. Scordi-Bello, you indicated on direct examination that at least that one of the bruises from Mr. O'Keefe's right hand could potentially be attributed to an attempt to get IV fluid into the hand. Is that correct?
Correct.
During the course of your conducting your autopsy, you reviewed records from the Canton Fire Department and EMS, as well as Good Samaritan Hospital. Is that correct?
I did.
And do you recall reviewing records indicating that the IV fluids in this particular case were administered through the tibia and then later through a catheter at the hospital?
Yes, they were administered through intraosseous lines in both legs, shins, and at the hospital, they were administered through a femoral central line. Yes.
Right. So it wouldn't be an IV,
And
would
you
it?
agree that bruising to the backs of hands is also consistent with defensive wounds?
Yes, that's correct.
And there are actually 4 separate distinct bruises outside of the one that you discussed earlier on Mr. O'Keefe's right hand, correct?
Yes, I would say 3, but I can see how you would say 4. 1, 2, 3. That might be 1 together. But yes, I can see how you would say 4.
And you testified yesterday that there was also an injury to Mr. O'Keefe's left hand.
There was a vague contusion on his left hand, correct?
Is there a picture of it?
You were asked by Mr. Lowry.
Can we
on-
take this down now, Ms. Little?
Yes, Your Honor. You testified on direct examination that you didn't see any sort of obvious signs of the fight because Mr. O'Keefe's fingernails were intact and you didn't observe any fractures on his hands. Is that right?
Correct.
But broken fingernails and fractured hands aren't the only observable signs of a fight. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
In fact, you noted a laceration over his eye.
Yes.
You noticed multiple lacerations on his nose.
Abrasions on his nose. Yes.
I
Yes.
misspoke. Multiple abrasions on his nose.
Correct.
You noticed a laceration to his tongue.
Yes.
You noted the contusions on the back of his right hand,
Correct.
the injury, the contusion to his left hand as well.
Correct.
And as you just testified, bruising on the back of hands may be consistent with defensive wounds.
It could be.
So in fact, if you have a body that presents with a laceration to one of the brows, a laceration or abrasions to the nose, an egg over an eye, contusions and abrasions on the hands, and a laceration to the tongue, these injuries are consistent with a physical altercation, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Okay, that should be allowed.
Are those injuries consistent with a physical altercation?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Please do. Please approach. Go argue your case, girl. You got this.
You are unmuted.
Susan Youngblood, I agree. This is the bizarro world of justice. Thanks for your super chat.
gears for a second, you indicated on direct examination that you reviewed some photographs from law enforcement that showed no footprints in the snow. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
Were those provided to you by Trooper Proctor?
Yes.
Do you have those photographs with you?
No, I don't.
Oh, well, we
Do
need
you
to see
recall
them.
what was depicted in those photographs?
Yes. If I remember correctly, it was the area of the fire hydrant and the area where Mr. O'Keefe's body was discovered. It's the front of the house, the area of the fire hydrant, and I believe the flagpole.
Thank you.
Good. You could probably find some. Welcome,
You
Carrie.
testified that Mr. O'Keefe had multiple fractures to his skull, but that they seem to be originating from a single point of impact on the back of his head. Is that correct?
It appeared so, yes.
Are you reasonably certain that all of his injuries were the result of a single impact to the back of the head?
She's looking for an objection.
It could be a single impact.
But it also could be multiple impacts, correct?
It could be, yes.
Ah,
Because as you just testified, Mr. O'Keefe suffered multiple injuries to the front of his face as well.
Correct.
In other words, he could have suffered a trauma to the face and then fallen and sustained the injury to the back of the head, correct?
That is possible, yes.
And you testified before the state grand jury that the areas of bruising to the brain were likely due to a fall. Is that correct?
Yes.
wow.
In your expert medical opinion,
She told the state grand jury that the injuries were consistent with a fall.
is it possible for someone to get punched in the face hard enough to lose consciousness and fall backward?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
It's possible.
Jinx. Jinx, Bev, you owe me a white claw. It's possible.
If I can have one.
Sure.
Ella, I don't know. She says, could 2 small holes on bruise be taser wounds? Not familiar with taser wounds.
See the exhibits
Thanks,
that were besmirched, Your Honor? Your Honor, if I could have permission to publish what's been previously admitted as Exhibit 19.
Yes.
Dr. Scordi-Bello, it's kind of hard to see in this picture, but there's some redness that you observe on the body by the ribs that we observed in some of the other photographs that were presented by Mr. Lally.
It can happen, right, Karen?
We have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Bang, 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 bang.
Yes.
I can't get that song out of my head. Bang, 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 bang.
I'd like to show you what's been previously marked as People's Exhibit 648.
Dave, you're talking about taser marks?
Mr. Bates, could you take that down? Ms. Gilman, would it be possible to display Exhibit 648? 648. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Is Dave from Barstool Sports Free Karen Reed team? Team
285.
Team Karen? Dave Portnoy?
Dr. Scordi-Bello, you were shown this photograph by Mr. Lally on direct examination.
Yes.
Do you see the redness sort of next to his rib cage on the bottom? Correct.
Yes.
What is that?
That is livor.
Lividity?
Lividity. Yes.
Can you describe to the jury what lividity is?
Yes. Lividity is the pooling of blood to the dependent areas of the body after someone is deceased.
So even though it sort of appears to look like a bruise, that's lividity, correct?
That is lividity. Yes, it goes all the way down.
And it's not the result of an injury.
No.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay,
Well
lights,
done.
please. Thank you.
Well done, Liza.
Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor.
I was going to say just briefly. Aren't you guys glad you showed up this morning? Forgot something.
Dr. Scordi-Bello, you did observe a minor abrasion to Mr. O'Keefe's right knee, is that correct?
Correct.
And what part of the knee was that on, if you recall?
It was on the side, on the lateral side of his right knee.
Was it a pirouette abrasion, do you think, doctor? Caused by a pirouette?
And by lateral, sort of the side that faces away from the body, is that correct?
Correct.
Hence the pirouette. Yes.
You were asked whether or not the small injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's face could possibly be from a punch, is that correct?
Correct.
You said that's one of the possibilities, is that correct?
Yes.
What are some of the other possibilities?
Objection.
Could be impact during a fall. It could be coming in contact with any blunt object in the snow.
In the snow. Really?
Would
Really, doctor? Someone told you to put the snow in there?
glass be a possibility as far as a blunt object?
A glass? She's like, no.
It could be under certain circumstances.
I want to see her face when she said that.
Piece
Wait, look at the
of
witness.
Plastic, under certain circumstances.
Piece of plastic?
As far as a blunt object, would that be also a possibility?
No.
Correct. Yes.
Really? Could
Now, as
could you
far as
could you cause that injury with a piece of
the-
Tupperware? Could I go grab some Tupperware out of my pantry, an empty, container of Tupperware, and smack somebody with it and cause that kind of an injury? Really?
Abrasion near the laceration on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head. You were asked some questions about whether or not that could be from drag, correct?
Correct.
Now,
Dragged.
as far as injuries or abrasions concerning dragging, would it be typical to see just one isolated abrasion in the area of a laceration?
Not typical, but possible.
Now she's confused. She's like, do you mean dragged
Could
by
it
the
also be
car
a result of the blunt
or dragged by a person? Do you mean dragged by Lally? What are you getting at here? How do you want me to answer this one?
impacts, or as one of the possibilities you testified before, from hitting the ground?
Yes.
Now, you were asked about hitting the ground and specifically hitting concrete. Would that impact injuries to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head also be consistent with striking his head on frozen ground?
I'm sorry.
Objection.
No, I'll allow it.
Can you repeat the question?
You were asked a question on cross-examination about the laceration and abrasion to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head being consistent with striking his head on concrete, correct?
Yes.
Would that also be consistent with striking his head on frozen ground?
Could be. Yes.
How many times have you seen someone striking their head on frozen ground and splitting their head open like that, Doc, causing massive skull fractures? Concrete around a pool might seem a little more realistic, yeah?
You were asked about certain wounds as being a possibility of defensive wounds. What are some of the other types of defensive wounds that you would expect to see that you did not see in this case?
Objection.
I would expect to see, or I have seen, multiple bruising to the, again, posterior aspects of the forearms. I have seen cuts, lacerations, depending on how a person might be defending themselves, the position of their arms.
Defending themselves against what? Yeah, he was tossed 30 feet into the grass, and that's ridiculous testimony.
And would that also includes breaks in the fingernails and fractures to the hands?
Objection.
Watch the form, Mr.
Fractures to the hands. Did
What
they-
Anything else would that include?
It might include bruising to the knuckles. It might include
We saw
broken fingers.
What if the decedent's blood alcohol content was 0.28, doctor? Would that in any way affect their ability to defend themselves? Perhaps?
Now, with reference to the injuries that you were asked about with respect to Mr. O'Keefe's right hand, would those also be consistent with impact from a blunt object as well?
They are blunt impact injuries. Yes.
Now, again, if I could, just with reference to, you were asked about different possibilities with the skull fractures and bleeding in the brain. What is your opinion as to sort of how that was caused and sort of, if you could again just go through your opinion as to the head injuries, the skull fracture, and the bleeding.
Okay. Objection. This has all been asked and answered. She's already testified to this on direct. He's going outside the scope of cross now. And the fact that she's going to be allowed to ramble on about this is, come on.
Objection.
Sustained.
Ask it again, Mr. Lally, in a different way.
You were asked about some possibilities. What is your opinion as to how those injuries were sustained or manifested in Mr. O'Keefe?
Didn't she already give her opinion on direct?
I don't know how they came to be. I described them and I stated previously that they are consistent with a fall to the back of the head.
And so I'm sorry, Doctor. My question is more geared towards as far as the single impact to the back of the skull and then sort of radiating fractures in the skull. If you could explain that in reference to the subdural hemorrhage, subarachnoid hemorrhage, and the ecchymoses that you observed.
A baseball bat.
Again, a single impact with a fall could cause all the injuries that were seen in the brain and the skull.
Thank you. I know.
No further questions.
All right, doctor, you are all set. Thank you.
I think the judge, I think the jury saw through it. What do you think? What say you, my friends? What say you? Catch up a little bit. Wonder if he's going to rest or if he's calling anyone else. Is he going to call Lucky?
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth rests.
All right.
Your Honor, the defense would move the court for.
So I'm going to stop you right there. A short recess.
If the court needs one.
I don't need one.
If the court
but
needs one.
I will see you at sidebar.
Okay, he wants to make his motion to dismiss, as well he should, a directed verdict. It's against the weight of the evidence. There's no way a reasonable jury could find her guilty based on the evidence presented, and that is commonly done. It's done in every single criminal case. And she's going to want her break now? Madam Court Reporter, don't you need a break? And okay, the fan's going to come on. Is she going to say, what did she say at sidebar? I need to make a phone call? Need to consult with Meatball to see if he's going to allow me to dismiss this case or if he's going to insist that I let it go to the jury. What say you? Good morning, Roxy McFly. You're at the courthouse. That's right. We talked about that earlier. Conehead has entered the chat. Thanks, Thunder Road Queen. I'm just a girl in the world. Thank you so much for the 10. Kept me awake last night thinking about how John died. To get confirmation that he froze to death alone in the snow will haunt me for a very long time. I know. Me too. Sandra P. from Luxembourg. Hello to Luxembourg. Hi, y'all. Luxembourg's back in the house. Thanks for your super chat. Cat's Meow. Thank you so much for the 10 and for the super sticker. Gina Gomez. Good morning. Thanks for the 5. Love your insight and commentary. Great mods in chat. We do have the best mods on YouTube and the greatest chat, I'm going to say, because you're all here. You're all nice to each other. Imagine that. Persephone's Pomegranate, thank you so much for popping in from Canada with the super chat. Ready for scorched earth fire. Bring the real shock and horror. Thank you, Persephone. Jenna L913, thank you for the 10. Good morning. Any idea how long from the time the jury is done deliberating until the verdict is read? I'm local and want to be there. Thanks for what you do. Typically, what they do when the verdict is reached is they will give the attorneys maybe an hour to get there, half hour to an hour. I don't know how far away you live, but typically that's the way it's done. I don't know how they're going to do it here because we don't know how long the deliberations are going to take. But usually there's some notice because they need everybody to get back to the courthouse. Unless she's going to tell the attorneys stay in the basement. Like, I don't know. Jen, thanks for your super sticker. What? Anybody know what happened with the Chesna sentencing? Did it get adjourned? That's why there was only supposed to be a half day today, but we're going till 4. Diana, thank you so much. We only have one life. Thanks for the 20. I got you on my TV and you will be there all day. Thanks for your hard work. Love your commentary. Oh, thank you. Love you for viewing me. Thank you so much. Stacy, thanks so much for the 10. Michael Proctor called Karen just before she searched for DUI. That's correct. That came out yesterday during the testimony. Thanks, Stacy, for your 10. And he called her from his personal cell phone. We don't know what he said to her. And we're not going to know unless she testifies, which there's no reason she should. Kathy, thank you so much. Good morning, friends. Taking my son to get his senior pictures today, but I scheduled it during the lunch break. Good for you, Kathy. Good for you. Danielle Ravoli, thank you so much for your super chat. My car was stolen out of my driveway here on Long Island. I posted on Facebook and had neighborhood ring videos from 5 people within a few hours. It's ridiculous. That's amazing. Long Island strong. See how people want to help? No videos. No videos of this. No videos of even any cars going down the street. Depending on how sensitive your ring cameras are. And I heard that the lawn at 34 Fairview is much smaller than it looks in photographs. So people's ring cameras might just pick up cars going by. But nobody ever looked. Could you imagine? In the investigation of a fallen police officer. A different name this time. Did you change your name? Thanks to the super chat. Wait, was, not, would have been to coercion. Albert, thanks for your super chat. John's brother is thoroughly convinced Karen did it and will continue to think it. I no longer feel bad for him. Literally comes to glare at Karen. I don't know what he's thinking, but if looks could kill, they probably will. It's on the playlist. Oh, maybe I can pin the playlist back in the chat if you guys need it. We've made a mixtape for this trial. I think we're up to something like 70 songs on our mixtape for all the songs that come to mind while we've been watching this trial. It's insane. It is insane. My nurse Cal, thank you so much for your super chat. The middle of hand wound is an older wound. It has 1 to 3 days healing on top of skin and new bruising under. Well, the autopsy was done on the 31st. He died on the 29th, so it's 2 days later. I don't know. I'm not a medical examiner, but you're a nurse. So thanks for sharing. David Reese, thanks for the 10. I fell skiing and slammed my head on packed snow. I did not suffer any gashes or a skull fracture. I did suffer a concussion. And now wear a helmet at all times while skiing. Yeah, everyone should wear a helmet while skiing. Agreed. Back in the day, nobody wore a helmet. But now everybody does. Mackenzie, bang, 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 bang. I can't get that song out of my head. Thanks for the super chat. Kathleen, thanks for your super chat. Court TV is leaning so hard towards prosecution. I don't get it at all. This case has been such a disservice to the O'Keefe family. You're not the first person to say that. I was on Court TV twice in January. Unfortunately, JC, if you know, was also on the panel and tried to make me look like a complete moron for suggesting that the injuries to John O'Keefe's forearm were caused by a dog attack, and also for pointing out that my years and years litigating accident cases said to me that these injuries were not caused by a low-speed motor vehicle versus pedestrian accident. And I never forgot it. We'll see what happens. I know Julie Grant has been very anti-Karen. I haven't watched it lately because I have to watch it on my laptop. It's no longer with my cable provider. They don't broadcast Court TV on Fios anymore. So it's hard to find, and they don't always post everything on YouTube. So unless I catch it live, you can't really catch it. So I don't know what Vinny's doing. I know he's got his own channel. He talks about it on there, but he also didn't like Dr. Russell and thought that she would be a bad person for the prosecution to call. So I don't know where his head's at. He's getting a lot of heat too from both sides. So I don't know. Susan Agnello, thanks so much. A head nod to the side is a clear no. Legit. Thank you, Susan. Albert, thank you. Bello has been talking with very long closed eye pauses. It was worse yesterday. I've never seen someone conversate with eyes closed and weird to me. And I wonder what the body language experts would say, like Dr. G. Diana Miller, thanks for the 20. That's so generous. Regarding John's hand, I don't think they are IV attempts with John that cold medics and nurses, I'm an ER trauma nurse, wouldn't waste time. Rather, they put an IO in ambulance as testified. Yes, they did. And they also, I think she said he was catheterized to warm him up. In the emergency room, another IO or large vein would be used. Yeah, I agree. So what are those marks on his hand? Any thoughts, Diana? Chrissy Mel, good morning. Thanks for the 10. Happy Medical Examiner Cross Day. Huge shout out to all the amazing people. My daughter and I met at the courthouse in Dedham this morning. That's awesome, Chrissy Mel. Isn't it like so full of love and support? Like the nicest people just coming out for justice. Hopefully it's not going to be too much longer. I don't think the defense case is going to take very long. I think I heard one of the attorneys say in an after court interview, maybe it was only going to be 3 days, the defense case. So we'll see. They're going to start today. We'll see. Susan Agnello, thanks for the 5. She's not an accident reconstructionist. Really inappropriate. That Bev allowed this. Yep. She said allow. But you know what? If she's allowing all this stuff in, she's going to have to allow Dr. Marie Russell to testify to more. And also Dr. What is his name again? Rentschler? Andrew Rentschler, one of the good hair doctors from the ARCA accident reconstruction that the FBI hired. She's going to have to let him opine to a little bit more as well. You know, what's good for the goose, right? That's what Lee said. Thanks for the 5. That's it, Lally. She must have been driving the Oscar Mayer Wienermobile. Austin Pro Courier and Apostille, thank you for the 5. I'm amazed a family member would stay in the courtroom for this. At the trial for the man that unalived my dad, the prosecutors recommended we leave. I'm so sorry. Oh my God, I'm so sorry that you had to go through that. And I'm so sorry that your dad was taken away from you. Nobody should ever lose a dad that early. I don't know when it happened, but that's really tragic. I'm really sorry. Prayers up for Austin. On top, thanks for the super chat. Lot Lies, I got the ball. Trust and believe. She did a great job. Good morning, Melly. Happy Friday. Happy Friday, Cupcake Boss, and wonderful cupcakes, Melly. You're awesome. Melly is a moderator for Vinnie Politan's personal YouTube channel. I'm sure it's not easy over there. So I love when you come in and hang out with us and you don't have to work. You can just play. Lala, thank you for the 10. Feels like she doesn't want to commit, but at the same time, with the right questions, she's willing to answer truthfully for the most part. She seems hesitant on answers. What's my take? Yeah, I agree with you. She's playing both sides of the fence, and I think the jury could see right through it. But I think when asked the proper questions, she gave the right answer, right? Could be consistent with a fight. Could be consistent with multiple blows to the back of the head. Could be consistent with also punches to the face. You know, but then Lally gets up, and it also could be just from falling on frozen ground. So on top, bring in Mike Tyson's walking Chloe to court. That would be hilarious. Thank you, on top. Celine, good morning, Celine. Wouldn't there be footprints from the first responders? Should be. Except the scene was left unsecured for, I don't know, 10 to 12 hours until like 20 more inches of snow fell. And who knows when those photos were taken or which photos she was even provided with, because nobody ever marked the body or took photos of the body in the snow or really did any proper scene investigative work whatsoever. But yes, in a real world, in a real investigation, in a proper investigation, there would be. J Beans, thanks for super chat. Hand could be a failed IV, and that is why EMTED did IO. They did it actually at the scene. They did it at the scene. The first responders testified to that. Put the IV in his shin at the scene or in the ambulance, but it was definitely before he got to the hospital. Sin in the house. Good morning. Do we notice how the Emmy smiles and nods yes when asked questions by the defense? And she also did, you know, like a couple of these with her head, like, yeah, not so much. And the body language was very telling. She looked scared too. And you have to think she testifies a lot because she's a medical examiner. So, you know, it's not the first time she's been on the stand. Celine, Would there be defensive wounds if someone was ambushed? Right. What if the first blow was to the back of the head and he didn't see it coming? Right? Correct. I don't know. There may not be. You're right. And if that one blow to the back of the head rendered him unconscious, there wouldn't be any defensive wounds. Run the world. Thank you so much for your 20. Thanks for being an all around very cool and real, totally fab gal. Boarding flight headed to your old stomping grounds. I don't know. Oh, Boulder? Widespread panic at Red Rocks. Yes. And a stay at the Stanley Red Room for my birthday. See y'all next week. For those of you who don't know, well, Run the World is amazing, by the way. And also, the Stanley Hotel in Estes Park, Colorado, is where Stephen King wrote The Shining, and it inspired him. I don't know if he actually wrote it there, but it's the hotel that inspired him to write The Shining. And I've been there, and I've been to the room and taken pictures outside that door. And I'm telling you, there were ghostly apparitions in my photos. Like, it was crazy. And that was like so long ago. I probably had a real camera that I had to get the film developed. But it was crazy. They're back. Thank you, Run the World.
Recording session.
You are unmuted.
All right, so Mr. Jackson, yesterday you told me you would like 10 minutes for your argument. I'll hear you now.
Here we go.
Your Honor, I'll be brief. The court must consider, after viewing the evidence in light most favorable to the Commonwealth, whether a rational jury could find the elements of the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. And here, the case that the Commonwealth has submitted to the jury after resting is insufficient to meet such a finding. There's no question but that with this particular prosecution in this particular case, no reasonable or rational jury could come to a unanimous verdict in favor of the Commonwealth. I want to, if I can, focus my argument on count 1, 2, and 3 and a specific element of each count.
Okay.
In each one of those counts, there must be evidence that the vehicle killed John O'Keefe. There has been no competent evidence presented in the Commonwealth's case that Karen Reed's vehicle actually struck John O'Keefe. There's been conjecture, there's been speculation, but no actual competent evidence. The Commonwealth's entire case relies on a theory built on the shoulders of a trooper named Joe Paul, who testified a couple of days ago. And his theory, according to the Commonwealth, is that John O'Keefe's arm was struck, he was spun around in sort of a pirouette, he was projected 30 feet to the left, hit his head on a curb or the road in the intervening time before coming to a final rest spot about 30 feet away. Everything in the Commonwealth's case, everything relies on that theory of damage to the taillight at the scene. If a rational jury could not unanimously determine that Trooper Joe Paul's theory is true beyond a reasonable doubt, then we believe the motion has to be granted. There is no competent medical evidence to support that theory. There's no competent physical evidence that the taillight could break and shatter in the way that they've suggested, and that the arm would not have any breaks or shatters or any damage, any additional damage. There's no evidence how getting hit in the arm could actually launch a body 30 feet, as per the Commonwealth's theory. And there's no evidence how a body hit by a 7,000-pound SUV could sustain no injuries from the neck down, which we just heard this morning. The evidence before the court, the only evidence that is before the court, is that the Commonwealth's own medical examiner does not believe this is a homicide. And she went on this morning to say that in her expert opinion, the injuries are not classic pedestrian injuries. And they are, every single one of them, consistent with a physical altercation. Calling a witness to simply espouse an opinion like Trooper Paul did that belies science, common sense, or even logic, that's not enough to get the case to the jury. The light most favorable to the Commonwealth does not mean that the court must believe the Commonwealth's witnesses. What it means is that if there is a rational controversy in the evidence, the court must accept that evidence that favors the Commonwealth. But here, there is no rational controversy. As put or expressed in Commonwealth versus McCormick, it's a 2023 case found at 491 Mass 848, pinpoint site 860, quote, where the Commonwealth's evidence is entirely circumstantial, it cannot meet its burden if the evidence equally supports inconsistent propositions as resolution of such a case necessarily requires conjecture or surmise. In our view, there is no question that there's no rational controversy related to the Commonwealth's theory. Trooper Paul's theory is by definition not rational. It's not reasonable. And it's basically based entirely on conjecture. And that's why, in our view, the court is required to find Ms. Reed not guilty of counts 1, 2, and 3. It's because each of the counts, as I said at the beginning, necessarily include an element that John O'Keefe was struck by Karen Reed's vehicle. Thus, if a rational jury cannot reasonably believe Trooper Paul's theory, it's the only evidence presented by the Commonwealth describing how Mr. O'Keefe possibly could have been struck, then Ms. Reed is entitled to an acquittal. Nothing else matters. Nothing else in the court's evaluation, nothing else in the jury's evaluation, nothing. Everything turns on whether or not the car hit John O'Keefe. And the Commonwealth's only theory of how that happened is from Trooper Paul's description. If the court were to deny this motion, then by doing so tacitly, the court is expressly endorsing Trooper Paul's theory of how John O'Keefe was struck, and we don't believe that that's rational. We don't believe that any rational jury would ever unanimously agree with Trooper Paul, and thus we ask the court to find Ms. Reed not guilty at this time.
Okay.
I'll submit.
In my opinion, he's 100% right.
Your
I
Honor,
don't
if
think
may just, we have a written motion for the
Okay.
court to act on pursuant to that argument. May I request a copy for the-
Okay, so he has a written motion as well. Lally's going to need a week to respond.
All right. I will hear you, Mr. Lally.
But Judge, I did a really good job, Judge. Don't dismiss my case.
Yes, Your Honor. Surprisingly, I would disagree with counsel's
So let's leave the comments out.
Your Honor, as far as the comments, all I was going to say is that I would submit to the court
Is
that,
this surprisingly that I took issue?
and my apologies, what I would submit to the court, Your Honor, is that this case does not rest and fall with the testimony of Trooper Paul. Trooper Paul's testimony, while important when taken in conjunction with the remainder of all of the other witnesses and all of the other testimony that the court has heard, I don't want to minimize it, but at the same time, that is not the only evidence that the vehicle struck Mr. O'Keefe or interacted with Mr.
Really?
O'Keefe.
Tell us.
So what the court has, as far as the physical evidence, next to Mr. O'Keefe's body, the one sneaker in the location of the curb, the glass, the drinking glass that Mr. O'Keefe is seen walking out of the Waterfall Bar at approximately 12:11 a.m. with, that is in the vicinity, the direct vicinity where the Canton police officers actually recover it early in the morning of January 29th. You have the microscopic pieces of the defendant's taillight, which was testified by Ms. Hanley to be consistent with the pieces of the taillight from the defendant's vehicle that are within or embedded within Mr. O'Keefe's clothing. You have the remainder of the pieces of taillight, and this part is important in relation to Paul's testimony as far as the linear momentum, and it's all in the same sort of direction and path of all of the roadway evidence that he observed as discovered in and around the area where Mr. O'Keefe's body was. The testimony from Ms. Villier, with reference to all of those taillight pieces and how they were able to reconstruct front pieces that were found on the ground and then put back together, matching not only to that, but the taillight housing from the defendant's vehicle.
Right.
The taillight housing from the defendant's vehicle, which has
I mean, the taillight pieces that were planted and, found in 5 undocumented searches, and that none of which the incompetent Canton police found first on the scene with their leaf blower, rather. Okay.
the victim's, Mr. O'Keefe's DNA contained on it, as well as the mitochondrial DNA testing of the hair that was on the rear right quarter panel of the defendant's vehicle, which also was matched or consistent with that of Mr. O'Keefe, his mitochondrial DNA, as well as court heard from his chart from voting technology. You have the plethora of testimony from the various civilian witnesses from that particular night. You have the evidence of motive from the text communications.
Oh, yeah. So much motive in those text communications, which, by the way, I have the entire file of all the text messages. We should look at them because they're there's so much stuff in between that they didn't show that Karen was trying to make up with him. But anyway, go on. I have some more leaf blowers outside right now. I'm going to mute myself.
As well as the testimony of the children in this case as to the state of their relationship from the defendant's own mouth in those text communications and in those voicemails as to the state of their relationship. You have the testimony in regard to Mr. O'Keefe and his recounting of the state of their relationship and his numerous attempts to break it off with Ms. Reed prior to that date. There are arguments that continue throughout the afternoon of the 28th. And seemingly into the 29th. You have the defendant's own statements that I hit him, that come from multiple sources, including firefighter Nuttall, firefighter Flamati, firefighter McLaughlin, and Ms. McCabe. You have her statements to the paramedics in the back of the ambulance that the last time that she saw Mr. O'Keefe, they had gotten into an argument. You have the testimony in regard to Ms. Roberts and Ms. McCabe as far as the altercation or the verbal argument.
The altercation?
From Ms. McCabe's reference of Bella's mother being a landmark. Being
Really? What altercation did they have regarding them mentioning Bella as a landmark? Hold on a second. There's been no evidence of that. What?
or the verbal argument as far as the altercation or the verbal argument stemming from Ms. McCabe's reference of Bella's mother being a landmark, being someone that Mr. O'Keefe used to date just prior to that argument occurring in front of the house at 34 Fairview Road.
Okay. What testimony was there that there was an argument in front of 34 Fairview Road about the mention of Bella's mother? Am I missing something, my friends? Am I missing something? Did he just make all that up?
With each and every piece of evidence that was presented throughout the course of the Commonwealth's case, including the forensic evidence, including especially one thing I would stress for the court is taking not only Trooper Paul's testimony, but Trooper Paul's testimony in juxtaposition to Trooper Garino's testimony as far as the vehicle or the native GPS locations of Mr. O'Keefe's phone in reference to the timing and in particular the information or data from the Toyota text stream. Trooper Garino's GPS native location of Mr. O'Keefe's phone has that reversal, the same 3-point turn that Trooper Paul testified about, which occurs 8 minutes prior to the vehicle traveling 24.2 miles per hour for approximately 62 feet in a straight line in reverse. And as far as the testimony and the evidence that the court has before it, the court also has those backup testing videos that Trooper Paul conducted with the defendant's vehicle, so the court can see exactly what that vehicle looks like at approximately 25 miles per hour in reverse in a straight line. And what I would submit, Your Honor, is that there's more than sufficient evidence.
In a straight line, but the road is curved. So she would have landed on the lawn or hit Higgins' Jeep, and there's no tire marks on the lawn. So WTF, Lally?
Evidence from a medical perspective, from a forensic perspective, from a civilian witness perspective, and from the investigation of this case as to all three indictments that the Commonwealth has met its burden, particularly under the standard before the court at this time. And for those reasons, I would request that the defendant's motion be denied.
Okay. All right. In the light most favorable to the Commonwealth under the prevailing Lattimore standard here in Massachusetts, I am satisfied the Commonwealth has met its burden. The defendant's motion is denied. So, Mr. Yannetti, are you calling your first witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so let's bring the jurors in, please.
Shocker. Motion denied. Motion denied. I mean, if there's ever been a case where the case should be dismissed for failure to prove, prima facie case against, the, I can't. I just can't with this. But what else? Who's the first witness going to be?
First witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so let's bring the jurors in, please.
Here we go. The defense is coming. Wait for us. They told us in opening statements. We've waited. We're here. We're on day 29. The defense is starting their case. And here we go. I don't want they need to take, she's having private conversations with her attorneys right now that are privileged. So if the pool photographer could get his camera off her face so that these idiots are not reading her lips, that'd be great. Okay. That'd be great. Because we don't want the cameras shut off for the rest of the trial. Because remember when you showed the juror on camera the day I was in court and then there was only audio for the whole morning? Remember? This judge does not hesitate to punish. So right now, what you're doing is showing conversations that are privileged. You might not want to do that. It's just my advice.
All right, so jurors, if you remember in my preliminary instructions to you a long time ago now, I stressed to you that the burden of proof rests with the Commonwealth. The defendant has no burden of proof whatsoever, doesn't ever have to testify or present any evidence. So the Commonwealth has completed its case, the Commonwealth has rested, and I want you to keep in mind that the defendant has no burden of proof. Ms. Giannetti, do you have a witness for us?
Thank you very much, Your Honor. The defense calls Brian Loughlran.
Okay.
I'm up all night to get lucky. I'm up all night to get lucky. We're up all night to get lucky. Here comes Lucky Loughran. I've been waiting for him. For those of you who don't know, Lucky Loughran is the plow driver, the snow plow driver.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now and hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Great.
Can I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good morning, sir. In a good loud voice, would you state your name and spell your last name?
Sure, it's Brian Loughran. It's Loughran.
And where are you from,
Mr.
sir?
Loughran, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up as loud as you can, sir.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Maybe put your mouth as close to the mic as you can. Where did you grow up, sir?
Canton, Mass.
Is that where you live?
Yes.
How long have you lived there?
Both 35, 36 years.
And did you go to Canton Public Schools?
Yes.
Now, in the course of living in Canton, were you familiar with the Albert family?
Yes.
Which members of the Albert family were you familiar with?
All of them.
And when you say all of them, can you name the ones that you were familiar with?
I was familiar with Brian,
Brian Albert?
Chris Albert, Brendan Albert, Kevin Albert, and I believe Kathy Albert's the sister, but I'm not 100% sure of her first name.
Okay, and those are the siblings that you had contact with and were familiar with?
Yes.
Did you know some better than others?
Yes.
Whom did you know the best?
Chris Albert.
What is the age difference between you and Chris Albert?
I believe we're the same age.
Did you graduate high school with him?
He went to a different high school, but
Okay.
yes.
Graduated at the same time.
Correct.
And with regard to your familiarity with Chris Albert, can you explain to the jury how you became familiar with him and what your relationship with him has been?
I went to school with him, elementary school. We went to middle school. Then he transferred to a Catholic school. Then later in years, I began to work for Chris for D&E Pizza, delivering pizzas.
Okay. And approximately what ages were you when you were delivering pizzas for D&E Pizza and Chris Albert?
I was 25, 26 years old.
And how many years did you deliver pizzas for him?
Up until I got married, 35.
So several years.
8 years.
8 years, okay. And with regard to your interactions or knowledge of Kevin Albert, can you describe that?
Kevin Albert would be through Dini Pizza if he came in. Through the police department, would see him on details.
All right. And were you friendly with him?
Yes.
With regard to Brian Albert, could you describe your interactions or your relationship with him?
Again, through D&E Pizzas, delivering pizzas to his house. Cordial, polite, would say hello.
All right. So you're friendly with the Albert family?
Correct.
Now, back in January of 2022, where were you working?
I was working for the town of Canton.
In what department?
I was working in the sewer department.
Is that also called the water department?
Yes, water and sewer are combined.
And under what heading is that? The water
DPW.
It's under the DPW, the Department of Public Works?
Correct.
Now, back in January of 2022, were you one of the regular snow plowers for the town of Canton?
Yes.
And directing your attention to January 28th of 2022, do you remember that day?
Yes.
What do you remember about that day, the 28th?
It was a potential blizzard. We had been given a start time.
All right. And when you say you had been given a start time, what does that mean?
It means that we're expected to be in our trucks at a certain time on our route.
Okay. And who gives those instructions back in January of 2022?
The supervisor for the Canton DPW.
And who was that at the time?
William Walsh.
Also known as Billy Walsh?
Yes.
Now, when were you called in to do plowing that evening or early morning?
We were told to be in by 2:30
And is that 2:30 a.m. or p.m.?
a.m.
Would that now be on January 29th?
Correct.
So what time did you arrive at the DPW that early morning?
About 2:15.
When you got there, what did you need to do in order to go out plowing?
I needed to get into my truck and get that prepared to go out.
All right. And your truck, is there one that's specifically assigned to you when you plow?
Yes.
And does that truck have any particular nickname?
Yes, it's called the Franken truck.
And why is it called the Franken truck?
It is a truck that has a lot of different parts than what it's required. It's not parts that were made for that specific truck.
An older one?
Yes, it was a truck that was very uncomfortable at the beginning to use. So they try to make it as comfortable as possible.
All right. And that particular truck, is it used for anything else other than snow plowing?
Yes, it's used for everyday use.
Okay. Now, so you get to the DPW at 2:15. You say that you get your truck ready. What does that entail to get your truck ready, and how long does it take?
It takes about 5 minutes, but just basically you need to make sure that it's got enough gas in it. So we're not going to the route and running out of diesel fuel, which is not good. It's just basically going over the truck, making sure, you have everything you need for that night.
And do you plow alone or with someone?
By myself.
Now, with regard to the visibility in your snowplow Franken truck, can you describe that for the jury, what you can see, what you can't see?
So the Franken truck has an air ride suspensions, an air ride seat. So the seat is raised so I can see over the hood.
Okay.
And I can see about 5 feet on either side of the passenger side, driver's side.
And when you say 5 feet, are you talking straight out from the?
From the windshield straight out.
All right. And what, if any, lighting do you have on Franken truck?
We have marking lights. We have 2 plow lights that are situated at the corners of the trucks, and it's up high. It illuminates very well. It's very well seen.
Okay. And with the extra set of lighting that you just described, how far can you see off to the sides, in front of you, and directly in front of you?
Probably 5 feet on the sides.
Well, you already testified to that, 5 feet straight out.
Yeah.
But what about the sides going forward?
It's you know, it's hard to decide to put into words, but I can see a real long distance. That visibility is fine. It is extremely. If you gave me probably 5, 10 feet, 15 feet out, maybe even further.
Okay. And with regard to the lighting, how much light does that give off?
Enormous amounts. It's almost driving with the spotlight.
And with regard to the air ride seats, what action did you take with those that particular night?
I raised it so that the bottom of my knees would hit the steering wheel.
And what, if any, obstructions, I should say, were in front of you that would prevent you from seeing what's in front of you or to the side?
Nothing.
All right. Now, do you have a specific route assigned to you?
Yes, I do.
Could you describe that route? And by the way, that specific route, was that the one that you were assigned on January 29th?
Correct.
Could you describe that for the jury?
Yes, it's a route that consists of Cedar Crest from Kings Road to Chapman Street and everything in between. There are a lot of streets I could name if you would like, but Fairview is one, Spring Lane is one, Cedar Crest, Kings Road. Those are pretty important roads that I would consider major roads on my route.
All right. Now, that particular night, if you got there at 2:15, what time do you think you were on the road by in Franken truck?
I was on Cedar Crest about 2:30, 2:35.
Now, with regard to Cedar Crest, I would like to show you a map if I can. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
The one good Brian in Canton. I love that, Chloe Albert's Revenge.
Do a document, if you could just review that to yourself and then look up at me when you're done. Do you recognize what's depicted on that?
Yes,
What is it?
it is my plow route and consisting of streets that I plow.
All right, and to be fair, that's a portion of your plow route, right?
Correct.
There are other areas of the city that you plow?
This actually depicts my actual physical route.
Oh, okay, great. And that's a fair and accurate representation of the streets as they existed back in January of 2022?
Yes.
I would offer that, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Lally?
No, you aren't.
Okay. Thank you.
And can I have permission to publish before the jury?
Sure.
Okay, now, you just testified that you got to Cedar Crest, I believe, you said 2:30 to 2:35 or so?
Correct.
All right, as we look at this exhibit on the screens, are you going from right to left or left to right on Cedar Crest when you first approach Fairview?
Right to left.
Okay, so you're going sort of from the upper right-hand corner of the diagram down Cedar Crest toward Fairview. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Could you take the laser pointer and just confirm that route for the jury? That's, okay. You see that's Fairview Road? Are you able to read that right?
I'm not, to be honest with you. I'm sorry.
Do you still have that map in front of you? Maybe that'll help you, Mr. Lally.
And actually, can I orient it so it's oriented just like that for him?
If you can't see it on your screen, the red cursor is 34 Fairview, and this
Okay.
line running vertically is Fairview.
And by the way, I should have asked this, but is it in terms of is it you can't read the writing or you can't really see the outline of the streets?
Both.
Okay. Well, that's not going to help much. Okay, if we can have the lights back on.
It's my
With the
cousin
court's
Vinny
permission,
moment.
can I leave that up on the screen while I ask a few more questions?
Sure, except you said you can't see it.
Right, no, I know, but the jury can, so I think it would be helpful for them. All right, so you're coming down Cedar Crest, and would Fairview be on your left or your right when you first approach it?
When I first approach, it's on my left.
All right, now, do you take that left at that time?
No, I do not.
Why not?
At the time, I'm pushing snow, and we don't want to block any part of the road with snow, and taking a left would have left a row of snow. So I proceed to the end of Cedar Crest, do a cul-de-sac, and then head back up Cedar Crest.
All right, so there's a cul-de-sac at the end of Cedar Crest,
Correct.
dead end,
Yes.
and you plow that?
Yes.
All right, so then when you come back up, is Fairview on your right or your left?
It is on my right.
What do you do?
I take that right and continue to plow.
Now, are you familiar with the Albert residence on Fairview Road?
Yes.
How did you become familiar with that?
Growing up in Canton, I knew where they lived.
Remember, the Alberts grew up in that house. All 6 Albert brothers, and apparently a sister, grew up there. My money's on the fact that maybe they might have bullied him in middle school. I don't know.
Can I have exhibit 66 displayed with the court's permission?
Yes.
From where you're seated now, Mr. Loughran, are you able to see what's on the screen?
Yes.
And do you recognize that?
Yes.
What do you recognize?
Oh, Court TV just froze up. It's not us, it's them.
Middle, and I angle the plow.
Weird.
Now, the court's permission?
Yes.
No, I do not.
Why not?
At the time, I'm pushing snow, and we
To
don't
rewind it a
want
little
to
bit,
left a row of snow, cul-de-sac, and then head. Yes.
And you plow that?
Yes.
All right, so then when you come back up, is Fairview on your right or your left?
It is on my right.
What do you do?
I take that right and continue to plow.
Now, are you familiar with the Albert residence on Fairview Road?
Yes.
How did you become familiar with that?
Growing up in Canton, I knew where they lived.
Can I
I
have
just took it
exhibit
back because the Court
66
TV froze
displayed
up.
with the court's permission?
Yes.
From where you're seated now, Mr. Loughran, are you able to see what's on the screen?
Yes.
And do you recognize that?
Yes.
What do you recognize?
And their audio, their video froze up. What is going on in Court TV?
Angle right with the plow.
Now, I want to direct your attention to when you were, your truck was essentially perpendicular to the driveway. You see the driveway in exhibit 66?
Yes, I do.
When you were perpendicular to the driveway, where were your headlights pointed?
In front of me. In front of the truck.
I'm sorry?
In front of the truck.
And what were you able to see of the front lawn of the Albert residence that very first time you passed?
I was able to see the entire front lawn.
And about what time was it that you first passed 34 Fairview Road?
About 2:45.
Now, as you continued along past the driveway, did you continue to have all of those headlights on in front of you?
Yes.
And as you continued along, what were you able to see of that front lawn? How much of it?
A very large portion, almost to the front steps.
And now, when you're plowing, where is your attention focused, sir?
My attention's focused in front of me and then to the sides.
Why would your attention be focused to the sides?
I am
Listen.
trying to be aware of any side traffic, any pedestrians, and God forbid, any animals.
And when you were passing the Albert residence, as you pass every home, what attention do you pay to the sides of the road and the lawns that are adjacent to the road?
I'm, again, making sure that there are no animals, no pedestrians, and making sure no one's coming out of their driveways, not expecting to see me.
And with regard to Exhibit 66, do you see the flagpole there?
Yes,
Is that something you had seen previously?
yes.
And when you made that first pass by that residence at 2:45 in the morning, sir, with your headlights on, what, if anything, did you see on the front lawn in the area of the flagpole?
I saw nothing.
Nobody.
If there had been a 6'2", 200-pound man lying in the snow there, would you have seen it?
Objection.
Sustained.
I think it's a proper question.
Now, once you pass the residence, where do you go?
I go to the end of Fairview.
And what street does that intersect with?
That intersects with Chapman Street.
If we have the previous exhibit put back up with the court's permission. Sure. Okay. Do you still have the exhibit oriented the same way, sir?
Yes, I do.
Where's Chapman Street on the exhibit? Down the bottom, the top, or which?
Down the bottom.
Okay. And when you come to the end of Fairview with Cedar Crest in your rear now, right?
Correct.
Do you take a left or a right on Chapman?
I take a left
All right.
onto
And
Chapman.
once you take that left, what do you do?
I back up and then take a left to go back down Fairview.
Okay, so you're essentially doing almost a three-point turn in the road?
Correct.
All right. So now, do you go back down Fairview at that time?
Yes, I do.
And how far do you go down Fairview?
To the end, to Cedar Crest.
Now, at this point in time, you would also pass the Albert residence, correct?
Correct.
Would it be on your right or your left?
On my left.
Were you looking to the right and the left as you were coming down?
Yes.
How much light did your headlights illuminate of the Albert's front lawn as you were coming down from Chapman Street?
Coming down Chapman, just about the entire front lawn.
And again, with regard to that area around the flagpole, did you see anything on the lawn?
Nothing.
See a body?
No.
All right.
Did you see a body? No. Who's making shirts? In Lucky We Trust. His headlights were like having a spotlight on the front of that truck that they called Frankenstein. Did you see a body at 2:45? Well, he went by the first time at 2:45, so it would have been a little bit after 2:45. Did you see a body? No. I want you to know that the prosecution or the Commonwealth lied about who was plowing the street that night, and they made up a name and they told the defense that it was a subcontractor, wasn't the Department of Public Works, which Lucky works for, town of Canton. I forget the name. By the yard. That's who they said was plowing that night. But no, defense did their investigation and they found out that it was Lucky. And we heard Michael Trotta, who's the head of Canton Public Works, who came and testified for the prosecution, said that he gave Proctor Brian Lucky Loughran's name, but Proctor didn't follow up. In fact, he told the defense that it was by the yard. But it wasn't. It was Lucky, and he did not see a body at 34 Fairview.
Now, after you've done these two passes, sir, where do you go?
I then take a right on the Cedar Crest. I proceed up Spring Lane, come down Spring Lane, and then do the remaining of my route.
How How long did it take you before you wound up back at Cedar Crest and Fairview?
About 45 minutes.
So I think you had previously testified you made the first pass around 2:45.
Correct.
So would that put us at about 3:30 when you're about to make the second pass?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it different.
Sure.
What
I'm
time
sorry.
was it?
What time was it? Your best estimate in terms of when you would have approached Fairview and Cedar Crest again?
3:15 to 3:30.
All right. Now, when you approach that intersection again, are you approaching it such that Fairview would be on your left or your right this time?
On my left.
Same as last time.
Correct.
What do you do when you approach Cedar Crest? I'm sorry, when you approach Fairview and it's on your left?
At that point, I have an option. I can go to the end of Cedar Crest, or I can turn around at a street, depending on how much snow I have on Fairview.
And with regard to the decision you made regarding that choice, what decision did you make on January 29th at 3:50?
Went all the way to the end.
Went all the way to the end of Cedar Crest.
Correct.
Same thing you did the first time.
Correct.
And then you come back up?
Correct.
Is Fairview on your right or your left at that time?
It would be on my right.
And did you take that right?
Yes, I did.
What, if anything, unusual did you see at that point?
At that point, I saw a Ford Edge on the side of the road
Where was it parked on the side of the road?
in front of the Albert's house,
Where in front of the Albert's house?
by the flagpole.
And why was that unusual?
The Alberts never had cars that were parked out front, and it just stuck out as weird.
Now,
Does anybody else want to cry right now? There's finally a witness on the stand who is getting up and telling the truth. He couldn't plow down Fairview around that time of 3:15 or 3:30 because there was a Ford Edge parked exactly in the spot where John O'Keefe's body was found. And the cops knew about it, but they never did any investigation into finding this Ford Edge. No, why would they? You know who owns Ford Edges? Take a guess. I need to play that again because Lucky is a hero. Lucky for mayor. There is one person in the town of Canton who is not afraid of getting up and speaking out against some people who may or may have not treated him like crap since he was a child. So he's going to have his moment, and we're going to give it to him again.
About 45 minutes.
so I think you had previously testified you made the first pass around 2:45.
Correct.
So would that put us at about 3:30 when you're about to make the second pass?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it different.
Sure, I'm sorry. What time was it, your best estimate in terms of when you would have approached Fairview and Cedar Crest again?
3:15 to 3:30.
All right. Now, when you approach that intersection again, are you approaching it such that Fairview would be on your left or your right this time?
On my left.
Same as last time.
Correct.
What do you do when you approach Cedar Crest? I'm sorry, when you approach Fairview and it's on your left?
At that point, I have an option. I can go to the end of Cedar Crest, or I can turn around at a street, depending on how much snow I have on Fairview.
And with regard to the decision you made regarding that choice, what decision did you make on January 29th at 3:50?
Went all the way to the end.
Went all the way to the end of Cedar Crest.
Correct.
Same thing you did the first time.
Correct.
And then you come back up?
Correct.
Is Fairview on your right or your left at that time?
It would be on my right.
And did you take that right?
Yes, I did.
What, if anything, unusual did you see at that point?
At that point, I saw a Ford Edge on the side of the road
Where was it parked on the side of the road?
in front of the Albert's house,
Where in front of the Albert's house?
by the flagpole.
And why was that unusual?
The Alberts never had cars that were parked out front, and it just stuck out as weird.
Now, what were the snow conditions like at that point? This is now, I think you said about 3:15 to 3:30.
It's starting to accumulate a lot quicker than what it was previous.
And what policies does the DPW have regarding cars parked in the street during a blizzard where there's plowing to be done?
We are to notify the supervisor. At that point, he will make a phone call to the police, and depending on if they can have the resident move it, it gets moved. If not, it gets towed.
And with regard to that policy, did you comply with that policy in those early morning hours?
No, I did not,
Why?
because I was being courteous to the Albert family.
Wow.
Now, once you saw the Ford Edge parked on the side of the road near that flagpole, what did you do?
I had to go around the vehicle and as to not hit the vehicle.
All right, and probably obvious, but as you're approaching the vehicle, was it faced in the same direction that you were traveling?
Yes,
And so you're going around to the left or the right of the vehicle?
left.
This is new because I didn't know he drove right past the Ford Edge. I thought from what we read in the pretrial motions that he just didn't go down Fairview at that time, but he did. He drove around the Ford Edge.
And once, as you were approaching that vehicle, were you able to see on the right side of that vehicle, the lawn side?
Yes,
Did you see anything on the front lawn at that time?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Did you see anything?
no,
Lights were still on.
correct.
All right, now, once you pass the vehicle, did anything attract your attention at all?
No,
All right, where do you go?
I go up to the end of Fairview and do the same process, take a left on this Chapman and back down Chapman and take a left into Fairview again.
Once you come back down Fairview, do you pass the Albert residence again?
Correct.
Was there that car that you saw?
Correct.
It moved from when you passed it the first time.
No,
Were you able to see the front lawn of the Alberts in front of you as you were coming down Fairview for the Cedar Crest?
not as much as the first time because the car blocked the view.
All right. Now,
Car blocked the view
after that,
of exactly where the
how long did
body
it
was
take you
found.
before you
Exactly where the body was found. That's where the Ford Edge was parked. Let that sink in. They never investigated that Ford Edge ever, and they knew about it.
came back to that area to plow again?
About 3 hours.
Do you recall about what time it was that you wound up back on Fairview?
I don't honestly recall what specific time.
Sure.
Um,
Approximately, if it was 3:15 to 3:30, that second time, what would be your best estimate of the time when you came back?
I would say if I had to say, it would have been 5:30 up Fairview and came back down. And then at that point, I wasn't able to go further than Carriage Lane.
Okay, and when you say that you went up Fairview and came back down, you initially went from which side of Fairview?
Right side.
What would that be, the right side? I'm sorry. Would it be the Cedar Crest side or the,
It would have been Cedar Crest side.
coming from Cedar Crest and then you went up Fairview, came back down?
Came back down. As I'm going up, I am actually seeing first responders. And at that point, as I'm coming back down, the road's blocked at that point.
Okay. And when the road was blocked, what, if any, plowing were you able to do after that on Fairview?
I was able to go as far as Carriage Lane and then turn around.
Okay. And then I imagine it was several hours before you could plow again?
Before I could plow Fairview to the end of Cedar Crest, yes.
All right. Now, I'd like to direct your attention to February 15th of 2022. Were you approached by an investigator who wanted to ask you questions about what you had seen and done on January 29th of 2022? Do
Yes.
you remember his name?
Yes.
What is it?
Paul?
And what was your understanding about whom Paul worked for?
Objection.
Ask it
Fine.
differently.
On February 15th of 2022, were you ever approached by anybody in law enforcement, sir?
No.
So what was your understanding of Paul's job?
Objection.
I'll see Counselor Taiba.
Paul is, I believe, the defense's private investigator because they tracked him down and notified the district attorney of Lucky and what he saw, and that he saw a Ford Edge parked there numerous times as he passed by. And he remembers because, the first responders were there and the roads were blocked off during one of his last passes by when he was going to plow the road.
You are unmuted.
Just a couple questions, Mr. Loughran.
Sure.
This is February 15th.
At any point in
This is February 15th of 2022. So this is a little over 2 weeks post Officer John O'Keefe's murder.
2022, were you ever,
Sure.
at any point in 2022, were you ever approached by any police investigators, sir?
No.
When was the first time that you were approached by the state police in this case? Do you recall?
I don't recall the actual date, but I do know.
Year?
Yes.
What year was that?
2023.
Bam.
And do you recall the name of the investigator that approached you?
Mike Proctor and Sergeant, and I can't pronounce his name. I don't want to.
If I said Buchanan, would that ring a bell?
Yes, it is.
It's the first time Massachusetts State Police ever contacted this man who plowed the road the night of Officer O'Keefe's murder was in 2023
Thank you, sir.
Okay,
after
Mr. Lally.
Aidan
Thank you,
Carney
Ron.
reported on him. Am I right, chat? Is that true? And as I recall from reading the interview during pretrial, as we did together, maybe one page of that interview was about the night of Officer O'Keefe's murder. The next 5 or so pages was about Aidan Carney, aka Turtle Boy. Let that sink in.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Now, may I approach?
Yes.
He's mad now because he's been trying to hide this witness.
109, just ask you to look at that, look up whenever you're finished, okay?
I do.
And what do
Yes.
you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
These are the plow routes for the town of Canton.
And there's different numbers that are associated with different routes and different drivers assigned to those routes, is that right?
Yes.
And if you look down at number 11, is that your route that you were talking about as far as the sort of portion of Cedar Crest neighborhood that you plow?
Yes.
And that's the route that you were assigned to on January 28th and January 29th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
Now, if I could ask, just as far as there's a certain way that you plow a route.
Yeah.
Excuse me. There's a certain way that you plow a road, correct?
Correct.
And when you're first plowing the road, you're sort of plowing the middle of the road, correct?
Correct.
And you do it in sort of a fashion that's referred to as ring road right, is that correct?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what that is and sort of why you're plowing a road in that particular fashion when you're first starting to get out there with the plow?
So ring road to the right refers to the snow coming off the plow. It actually leaves a row of snow. We ring road to the right to prevent cars from having to go through the ring road to the left. If you go to the left, you've now put the ring road in the middle of the left-hand lane. So everything's to the right.
So everything's to the right, because if there was a vehicle coming the other way, you'd be plowing into that vehicle, is that correct?
Correct.
And your goal, sort of, when you're first getting out there to plow the roads, is to sort of clear the middle of the roadway first, correct?
Correct.
So that's where your truck is when you first go out and plow the road, is you're sort of in the middle of the road near the double yellow line, if there is one on that road?
Correct.
Okay. Now, this truck that you were driving, on that day, how long have you been assigned to that truck for plowing purposes?
I was assigned to that truck for probably 2 years, maybe longer.
Maybe longer. Were you driving that same truck in 2015?
No.
No? Okay, so you were driving a different truck at that point?
Correct.
Do you remember what kind of truck that was?
It was an F-550 utility truck, pickup
That's
truck.
Similar in size or shape to the truck that you were driving that day?
No.
Now, you were asked some questions about February 15th, 2022, when you spoke to some investigator on that day, correct?
February 15th?
Yes, 2022. That Paul person you were talking
Yes.
about? Okay. And you met him at a skating rink, is that right?
Correct.
And you said in a statement to him at that time that you would have seen a body on the front lawn or the sidewalk, is that right?
Correct.
Now, are you aware that there is no sidewalk on the same side of the street as 34 Fairview Road?
Correct.
Now, you mentioned some familiarity with the Alberts and with the Albert resident. Are there other people on that route that you're familiar with, as far as where they live and who they are and all that?
Yes.
And how are you equally familiar with them, more familiar with them, or less familiar with them?
Equally.
Equally?
Anybody notice that we can all of a sudden hear Lally? Did he all of a sudden find a microphone? Did he all of a sudden find his confidence now that there's a witness that's willing to speak out against his case? So bizarre.
Now, familiarity with 34 Fairview Road, does that extend to sort of the lighting around that area?
No.
So do you know that there is actually no street lighting whatsoever in the area of the fire hydrant or the flagpole or anywhere there for several hundred feet?
Correct.
So you do know?
Yeah, I believe so, yes.
And so when you're driving by, you're looking for cars coming out of the driveway, cars coming in the opposite direction, people walking, is that correct?
Correct.
And you're trying to look for those objects so that you make sure that you don't strike them or hit them or anything like that, correct?
Correct.
And on February 15th, 2022, when you had this meeting with Paul, you told him about 3:30 or 4 a.m. Is when you saw this Ford Edge on Cedar Crest, correct?
Correct.
Now, in fact, when you first spoke to this individual named Paul, you didn't tell him it was a Ford Edge, correct?
No, told him it was a Ford Edge.
You didn't tell him first that it was a small SUV?
No, told him it was a Ford Edge.
You remember at any time Paul taking you on the parking lot and showing you different vehicles and asking you if those vehicles matched what vehicle you saw?
No. He wanted to make sure that what I was telling him was accurate. So he showed me what was a Ford Edge, but I had already told him it was a Ford Edge.
So he brought you out to the parking lot at the skating rink that you were meeting at, specifically showed you a Ford Edge and asked you if that was the vehicle.
Correct.
No, he
Now, do
first
you
told him
know
it was a
sort
Ford.
of the difference between if you
He first told him it was a Ford Edge. That's what he just testified to. But you can keep trying to beat him, Lally. It's not going to work well for you.
were to see a Ford Edge at nighttime in a snowstorm, the difference between a Ford Edge and a Jeep Cherokee?
Yes,
What's the difference?
the taillights in the back.
What about it?
Ford Edges are more round. The whole back facade is a little bit more round. A Jeep Cherokee are more square.
Now,
This man knows cars, Lally. And why do you want to bring a Jeep Cherokee into it? Because didn't Caitlin Albert have a Jeep Cherokee? I'm just saying.
what color was this SUV that you saw?
I can't tell you that. I am colorblind.
He's colorblind.
Can you tell, I'm just curious, sir, as far as your color blindness, can you tell whether or not an object is dark or light, just by looking at it? Or you
I
can't tell
can
at all?
I can see things that are light. I can see things that are dark. I can see true colors. I can't see shades of true colors.
And so from what you saw, was this light or dark?
Light.
We can all see the light now,
You
Lucky.
told this Paul individual on February 15th that the SUV that you saw was exactly where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found, correct?
Correct.
How do you know where his body was found?
I told him specifically if he was looking at the door, the front door, it was about 3 feet to the left of the door. And with
To the left of the door?
looking at the front of the door to the left of the door, pushing it up Fairview.
So if he wrote in his report that you told him that the vehicle was exactly where the body was found, that would not be true?
Objection.
No, I'll allow that.
Could you repeat that question, please?
If he wrote in his report that you told him that the SUV was exactly where the body was found, that would not be true, would it not?
That would be true. The car was to the left of the door, putting it in front of the flagpole.
My question for you, sir, is how do you know where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found? At any point in time, did you see Mr. O'Keefe's body on the front lawn?
No.
So how do you know where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found?
Through police reports, police interviews, stuff that was posted on the media.
So you've seen police reports in the media?
Well, not the
correct?
police reports, I'm sorry, but what was said during on the news.
So what you've heard on the news, not necessarily what you saw or what you know yourself, correct?
He didn't
Could
see
you
the
repeat
body.
that question, please?
You're recounting sort of what you've heard or saw on the news, and so this doesn't come from your personal knowledge or anything about where Mr. O'Keefe was, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you also spoke with some other individuals in May of 2023, correct?
Correct.
Now, did you tell those individuals that you actually came in, and when you say came in, you come into sort of the main sort of hub or the shed on Boulevard Street, correct?
Correct. We punch in.
That's where you punch in and you pick up your truck and you sort of do your checkpoint around the truck and then you go out and plow.
Correct.
Now, you were plowing on this street. Was there any other sort of subcontractor or anything else that was working, plowing the roads as well?
Yes.
And who was that?
It was by the yard landscaping.
And so they assist as far as the plow route is concerned, and they go around and they plow things on the same route that you were describing, correct?
Correct.
Now, these other people that you talked to in May of 2023, did you tell them at that time that you actually came in around 11:30 p.m. to 12 a.m.?
I don't remember that.
You don't remember that, or you didn't tell them?
I don't remember that.
That would be a significant difference, 11:30 p.m. to 12 a.m. from 2:15 a.m. and 2:30 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Now, you also indicated to them at that time that you went past Fairview at approximately.
None of Proctor's witness statements have been accurate so far. You think the jury's going to believe that whatever Proctor wrote down is accurate now? When they didn't even interview Lucky until May of 2023, right around the time, coincidentally, that the feds were investigating.
12 a.m. and 2 a.m., correct? You
Right.
went past Fairview. Now, you also indicated to them at that time that you went past Fairview at approximately 12 a.m. and 2 a.m., correct?
I never did 12, but it was definitely 2:30,
So if they
2:40,
wrote that in a report,
2:35.
that would be inaccurate as well, correct?
Yeah.
Sustained, and only one person can talk at a time.
I apologize. I'm sorry, sir. Please continue and finish your answer.
I didn't hear the question.
Okay. Well, let me ask it again. So as far as if that was contained within a report regarding that conversation in May of 2023, that you went past Fairview Road or went down Fairview Road at 12 a.m. and 2 a.m., that would not be accurate, correct?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it differently.
Did you go down Fairview Road at 12 a.m. and 2 a.m.?
No.
If that were contained in a report of your conversation you had in May of 2023, would that be accurate?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it differently, Mr. Allen.
Now, as far as that conversation that you had in May of 2023, did you tell those individuals that you saw the vehicle around 1:30 or 2 in the morning?
Again, I don't remember ever saying that.
Is that accurate as far as whether or not you told them that?
Again, I don't remember saying that.
Did you see a vehicle around 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning?
I wasn't on the road at 1:30 or 2 o'clock in the morning.
That's right.
Now, do you also recall telling those individuals that Fairview Road was blocked off by cruisers at about 3 or 3:30 in the morning?
Again, that would have been incorrect.
Do you recall saying that in May of 2023?
I do not.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Oh, you're going to show him Proctor's report, and we're supposed to believe Proctor's report. Isn't this the one interview that they actually recorded, you guys?
So I'm going to ask you to read, showing you a document. I'm going to ask you to read this paragraph, and this paragraph to yourself, okay? And then whenever you're done, just please look, right?
Yeah, did they write that report yesterday, someone said?
Are you finished, sir?
Yes.
May I approach this retriever? Your Honor?
Yes.
Well, he's getting red. I hope he's okay. I think it's hot today up there, you guys, right?
They're having, Mr. Loughran, after having reviewed that, as your memory refreshed as to that conversation you had in May of 2023,
No, it does not.
do you still, after reading that, don't recall telling anybody in May of 2023 that you came in around 11:30 p.m., 12 a.m. on the 28th, 29th?
I never came in at 11:30, 12:30 at night. It was 2:30 calling.
He
You don't
remembers.
recall indicating to anyone in May of 2023 that you went past Fairview at 12 a.m. and 2 a.m.?
Correct, never did.
And you don't recall telling anyone that you saw the car around 1:30 or 2 a.m.? Is that correct?
Correct,
And you don't recall telling anybody that the part of Fairview containing 34 Fairview was blocked off at 3 or 3:30 a.m., correct?
correct.
Now, if the part of Fairview that you were talking about, you didn't say that in May of 2023, because at 3 or 3:30, the roadway wasn't blocked off, correct?
Correct,
It was blocked off sometime around 6 a.m., correct?
correct.
And so if you had said that the roadway was blocked off at 3 or 3:30 in the morning, and it was actually 6, then when you saw the vehicle would have been off a little bit as well, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Seeing the car at 1:32 in the morning, with the road being blocked off at 3 or 3:30 in the morning, if the road's blocked off at 6 a.m., then that actually would have been, you saw a car sometime around 5 a.m., correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Sure you didn't see a black Lexus SUV in front of the house at 34 Fairview Road around 5 a.m.?
No,
Oh, that didn't work out
Now,
well
you
for you, did
also
you?
were asked some questions, and you spoke to some troopers in August.
Let me ask you a question, Lily. Do you have a good faith basis to ask him that question if you saw a black Lexus by the house at 34 Fairview at 5 a.m.? Do you have a good faith basis for that? Did you scour around to find ring footage of Karen's car driving by 34 Fairview at 5 a.m.? No, you didn't. So where's your good faith basis for even asking that question?
Of 2023, correct?
correct,
And County Canton, they have a parking ban in Canton, is that correct?
correct,
That goes from November until April.
correct.
Now, part of your plow route is a road called Tippy Cart, correct?
Correct.
Where is Tippy Cart in relation to Fairview?
It is on top of it's on the right side of Cedar Crest. It would put it 2 streets before Fairview.
And at some point, when you were plowing on Tippy Cart that night, you actually hit a basketball hoop, is that right?
Yes,
You hit a
And
basketball?
did you call that in?
yes,
And as a result of that, what happened with the basketball hoop after that?
Nothing. The point was to make sure I was covered, basically. It's why I notified my supervisor that I hit the basketball hoop.
About
Hit a
what time
basketball
was that
hoop.
that you hit the basketball hoop?
I don't recall.
Is it closer to when you started, closer to when you ended?
I don't recall. I don't recall what time.
So you don't recall anything specific about that time, correct?
No, just that I know I hit the basketball net.
And obviously, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth or anything, sir, but you didn't intentionally hit the basketball hoop, correct?
Correct.
So you hit it because you didn't see it, correct?
No, I was attempting to avoid the net by going around it. And the machine had a different size body than what it originally had. And I underestimated when I was going around that I need to be wider.
So you misjudged the distance. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Are you trying to insinuate that he hit John O'Keefe? Lally, you changing the theory of your case now? Because he hit a basketball hoop? I have Tom Petty won't back down on the list already, Nanny Goat. Good suggestion. Great minds think alike. The silence is deafening.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Okay.
Oh, man. The silence is deafening.
Coming in here. Now, sir, at some point prior to coming in here and testifying today, have you met with Mr. Uniti?
Yes.
How many times?
Twice.
And when were those times?
Tuesday and Saturday.
Tuesday and Saturday. When, sir?
Tuesday of last week, Saturday of last week.
And this Paul person that you spoke of before, was that person present there as well?
Yes.
And did you make note of Paul writing anything down or Mr. Uniti writing anything down while you were talking to them?
No.
No
As far as
notes.
you're aware, there's no reports that were generated from any of those conversations or any of those meetings. Is that correct?
Correct.
So, sir, I'm correct if I say that you're sure about every time that you went down Fairview Road and everything that you saw going down Fairview Road, but you're completely unaware of the time that you ran into and struck a basketball hoop that night. Is that correct?
Objection.
Sustained, you can ask it differently.
Ran into and struck.
Sure
a
about all the
basketball.
times that you went down Fairview Road?
Yes.
And you have no idea what time that you went on Tippy Cart and you struck the basketball hoop. Is that right?
If you ask me to guess, I can guess for you.
I'm not asking you to guess, sir. I'm asking you not to know.
I don't recall exactly what time I hit that net.
Nothing further.
Right, anything, Ms.
Very
Giannetti?
briefly, there's just one question I want to make sure that we understand what's going on.
So no statements, right? Just ask a question.
I
Oh,
always
thanks.
do that. I apologize, Your
Okay.
Honor.
Thanks for the, you know.
You were asked a question by Mr. Lally. Are you sure you didn't see a black Lexus at around 5 a.m. in front of Fairview? And your answer was no. And my question to you is, does that mean that you're not sure if you saw one or that you didn't see?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I did not see a Lexus at 5 a.m.
At any point that night while you were plowing,
No.
you see a black Lexus in front of 34 Fairview?
No.
Thank you, sir.
Very briefly, based on your timeline, were you on Fairview Road at 5 a.m.?
Yes.
How so, sir?
It was about 3 hours after the last time I went on it. So it put me, I was last on it at about 3:45, about 5:30.
You were on the road about 2:45, and you said it took you about 45 minutes to sort of do the loop and come back, correct?
Correct.
And from the time that you were on there, including the time that it took you to plow and the time that it took you to do all of those things along the route, you're coming back to Fairview Road at 45 minutes later, or it took you 45 minutes to do the route?
It was about 45 minutes.
And so from there, 45 minutes, from what time are we talking that you were first there? Said about 2:45 or so?
About 3:30 with some.
About 3:30, okay.
Yeah.
So about 3 hours after that would then be about 6:30, correct?
It was about, I mean, I know I went up there and saw the first responders coming down. And when
What I'm asking is, you would testify that you may, or you were on Fairview Road around 5 a.m. If you're not returning for 3 hours later, and that's about 6:30 from 3:30, correct?
Correct.
So then you were not on Fairview Road at 5 a.m., correct?
I was. The time that it took me to do what I needed to do put me there about 5. So when I'm coming down Cedar Crest from doing my route, I am constantly looking at Fairview to make sure that it's considered a main road. So we need to take that as a priority. So if it's a lot of snow on that road, I am going to go turn around and do the road so that the road is available. So first responders have access to that road.
So what I'm saying is, you testified, your timeline, that you came down there around 6:30 in the morning, correct?
My timeline was 5:30.
That 3 hours
5:30?
after 3:30.
It was 45 minutes.
No, 45 minutes was from 2:45 to get you to 3:30. Then 3 hours later, it's 6:30,
It was
correct?
It was about 45 minutes because I didn't get a lot of time. At that time, the snow was coming down at a significant rate, and I needed to make sure Fairview was kept clear. So I come down and I check. So I have the streets are all around Fairview. They're 5-10 minutes around Fairview. So the furthest street from Fairview is Kings Road.
So my question is, are you talking about coming down Fairview, or are you talking about being on another road and looking at Fairview?
Coming down Cedar Crest, looking at Fairview.
Despite that timeline that you gave her?
I am always looking at that street.
Nothing.
Yeah, didn't
All right,
work.
Mr. Loughren, you are all set, sir.
Yay, lucky. Chat, let's give Lucky a standing O.
Marie Russell to join us.
Okay.
Marie Russell's coming next. Hey, Lucky. Lucky for the win. I'm up all night to get lucky. I'm up all night to get lucky. We're up all night to get lucky. All night to get lucky. Oh, God. God bless Lucky for having the stones to come into Dedham, Norfolk Superior Court, and to tell the truth. Now Lally's going to try and bully Dr. Marie Russell too. Are you ready?
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Russell, could you please, in a loud, clear voice, state your name and spell your last name for us?
Hi, Dr. Marie Russell, Russell.
Doctor, what do you do for a living?
I'm an emergency room forensic pathologist, just recently retired.
And prior to retirement, what was your position?
The immediate position before retirement was chief medical executive at for the state of California at the Corcoran State Prison.
And
So,
please-
Dr. Russell, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, okay?
Yes. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There's a couple of air conditioners in here. Just keep your voice as loud as possible. What is, in fact, an emergency physician?
An emergency physician is a medical specialist who has completed a residency, internship residency in the field of emergency medicine, which is a field which involves taking care of patients that are sick or injured and go to the emergency room.
Can you tell us what your education, starting with your education, training, and background is that qualifies you as an emergency physician, starting with your education all the way back to college?
Okay, well, I have completed at least 16 years of formal education beyond high school, which includes college, and then 4 years of medical school, then 4 years of emergency medicine residency and internship, and then 4 years of pathology residency, which includes 2 years of anatomic and 2 years of forensic pathology. And then I treated, I've taken a bunch of other courses and attended seminars.
Let's start with your college. Where'd you go to college? Where'd you start?
Okay. MIT. I did my first year at MIT where I took my pre-med courses.
And then what happened after that? By the way, about what year was that?
Oh, that was in 1972 to 73.
Where did you go after MIT?
So what happened? I was interested in becoming a doctor, and so I took the pre-med courses, and then subsequent to that first year, I learned that my mother had metastatic breast cancer, and so I decided to go home to New York to be with her. After that, she subsequently passed away, and I returned to Massachusetts and decided to take advantage of the time off from school to investigate my interest in law enforcement. And I subsequently became a police officer here in Massachusetts.
So following MIT, did you go to a police academy?
I did.
Which police academy did you go to?
I went to the Boston Police Academy.
And did you end up becoming a sworn officer?
Yes.
For how long?
I did it for 7 years full time.
And what department did you work for?
I worked for the City of Malden Police Department.
What years was that, if you could give me a range?
From 1977 to 1984.
During the time that you were a Malden police officer, did you also go to school and continue your formal education?
I did.
Describe that for us, please.
Well, I took specialized courses through the Massachusetts Criminal Justice Training Council.
Objection, move to strike.
All right, so I'm going to strike that. Jurors disregard that.
Let me ask you this way. I don't want to get into the specifics.
Okay.
While you were a police officer, did you also take formal education to further your medical training or your college?
Yes, I did.
That's what I'm interested in.
Okay.
Tell us about that.
Oh, yeah. So I attended Northeastern University part-time and received a Bachelor of Science degree in psychology.
After you got your degree in psychology from Northeastern, did you go on to continue your education in medicine?
I did. I attended medical school at the University of Massachusetts Medical School from 1983 to 1987.
Also known as UMass?
Yes.
Did you ultimately end up with a medical degree?
Did. Doctor.
After you became a doctor, did you engage in a residency?
Yes.
What years were the residency, that first residency?
So the first residency was from 1987 to 1991, and that was in Los Angeles at the Los Angeles County University of Southern California Medical Center.
Is that also known as LAUSC?
It was at the time, yes.
All right. And that's associated with the University of Southern California Medical Center, is that right?
Yes.
After your first residency, by the way, what was your first residency in? What was the subspecialty?
So it was in emergency medicine, and USC is a very large trauma center.
How would you describe the size and volume of the USC Trauma Center?
Well, it's one of the busiest in the United States.
After your first residency in emergency medicine, did you do a second residency?
Yes.
What was the subspecialty in that second residency?
So I did a 2 years in anatomic pathology and 2 years as a fellow in forensic pathology at the Los Angeles County Coroner's Office.
So you did 2 full residencies after you became a doctor, is that right?
That is correct.
What's the difference? I don't want to go into great detail, but what's the difference between an emergency physician and, for instance, the residency that you did in pathology, both anatomic pathology and forensic pathology? What are the differences?
Well, generally, the emergency physician treats live patients, and the spectrum of injuries can be wide, or illnesses can be wide, and the forensic pathologist treats or deals with deceased patients generally.
Did you become a fellow at the LA Coroner's Office following your second residency?
No, that was part of the second residency.
Understood. Describe that fellowship.
So that was 2 years of full-time work at the LA Coroner's Office under the supervision of very experienced medical examiners. And what I did was I did autopsies, every day, 1 or 2 autopsies every day, attended conferences.
Wow.
And read journal articles, etc. It was a very formalized education.
Did you also become at some point a professor or an assistant professor at LAUSC, the medical center side, the university side?
Yes. So while I was doing the forensic pathology and anatomic pathology residencies during the daytime, I worked as a full-time ER doc supervisor in the capacity of an assistant professor in the evenings.
Did you also become an adjunct professor at Cal State Los Angeles, California State Los Angeles?
Yes.
Is that a separate university?
Yes.
And you had separate responsibilities as a professor in that role?
Yes.
Were you also teaching legal medicine and forensic medicine in that capacity?
That is correct. It was a master's level program.
How long were you an ER physician in total and an attending physician for Los Angeles County USC Medical Center?
29 years in total. 4 of those were in training and the rest were as a supervisor. And
Of your 29 years, 25 of your 29 years, you were supervising others,
correct.
meaning other doctors,
Other doctors, yes.
teaching other doctors,
Yes.
and teaching medical students.
Yes, and seeing their cases. Once they examined the patient, they would present their case or tell me about the case, and then I would go in and see those patients in addition to my patients.
That was my next question, doctor. In addition to teaching, were you also specifically assessing, diagnosing, and treating patients of your own?
Yes, not all the time. Some shifts I didn't have to do that, but much of the time, yes.
For the bulk of the 29 years that you were an ER doc, an emergency physician, in other words, were you also attending to patients as well?
Yes.
She's not boastful, this witness. She's actually underestimating her credentials. That's how humble she is, in my opinion.
Once you left that fellowship with the LA Coroner's Office, did you remain active in any way or connected to the Los Angeles Coroner's Office?
Yes, so I would attend their weekly conferences when I could, when I was available and to do so, and I also consulted on some cases with them. So if they had something, director of the USC Center for Life Support.
Again, Court TV decides to glitch when it's the defense's turn. Really?
When I was available and to do so, and I also consulted on some cases with them. So if they had something, director of the USC Center for Life Support Training, so that involved teaching other doctors life support courses such as advanced cardiac life support, or we teach the surgeons advanced trauma life support.
I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Were you also a director for their quality improvement in the early 2000s?
Yes, for the emergency medicine department.
What was the reason for the quality improvement program, if you will, for LAUSC?
Well, for any program, it's ideal to have a quality improvement component, because what you want to do is look at cases that were treated and see if there were any errors, and if so, correct the errors, teach the doctors that involved, what went wrong, and try to make systemic improvements or teaching improvements to prevent those errors from occurring in the future.
Were you teaching basically best practices for emergency room physicians as well as trauma physicians and surgeons?
Yes, we tried.
And you were the director of that program, correct?
Yes,
Did you also become the director of LAUSC Jail Medical Services?
yes.
What is the connection or the tether between the jail system in Los Angeles and LAUSC Medical Center?
Well, LAC Jail Ward was established about 70 years ago, and it was a place that the officers from various agencies, such as LA Sheriff's, LAPD, California Highway Patrol, or any of the municipalities around, could bring people that they arrested who were in need of medical care.
So the jail system, very large jail system, I'm guessing, in Los Angeles, correct?
Correct, yes.
There have to be medical attendants to that jail system, correct? Yes. And you became the director of the jail medical services for the entirety of that system?
For the hospital component of it.
Understood. In California, you're obviously licensed in California.
Yes,
There is a state medical board in California, correct?
yes.
And did you ever do any work with that state medical board?
Yes, I worked with them for about 7 years part-time as a regular employee embedded in their enforcement unit. And what that involved was examining cases that were referred to the medical board because of substandard care or illegal activities of the providers. It was for physicians and physician assistants that we regulated.
What was your title with the state medical board for those purposes?
The title was medical consultant. That was the official title.
Okay. And then before your retirement, by the way, what years were you the medical consultant for, or a medical consultant for the state board in California?
What year? I think from 2009 to 2016. I think those were the years. I'm not positive.
All right.
I did that. That was a job I was doing. I was doing the LA County USC Medical Center job too. It was an extra job.
So you didn't stop working as a physician, an emergency physician at LAUSC to take that position?
No.
You just consulted with them?
I did it once a week, 1 day a week.
Got it. And then with regard to one of your last positions that you held, did you become the chief medical executive for the California State Prison, Corcoran?
Yes.
Tell me about that position and the years that you held that position.
So that was from 2018 to 2023. And as the chief medical executive, I was the supervisor of all the doctors and nurse practitioners that provided care to the inmates.
And obviously the California prison system is a very large prison system.
Very.
Doctor, are you board certified in emergency medicine?
Yes.
Are you a member of the National Association of Medical Examiners?
Yes, I'm actually fellow status, which is higher than member.
Take that.
Are you a member of the American Academy of Forensic Science?
Yes, again, I'm a fellow there.
Which also is an advancement above just being a member?
Correct.
Have you ever published in the area, and now I'm going to get very specific, have you ever published peer-reviewed articles and done research in the area of animal bites and scratches?
Yes.
Did you author or co-author a peer-reviewed article named Managing Law Enforcement Dog Bites in the ER?
Yes.
About what year was that?
It was in the 1990s.
Late 1990s, 1996, does that
Yes.
sound right? Did you also author or co-author an article called Law Enforcement Canine Dog Bites, Injuries, Complications, and Trends?
Yes.
So given those articles, did you study specifically dog bites, dog wounds on the human body?
Yes, I have a very strong interest in wounds in general, and I have a strong interest in dog bites in particular.
During the course of your career, your professional experience, how many patients would you say you've seen or treated with animal injuries, including bites and scratches?
It's very hard to estimate, but between my own practice and the residents that I supervised, it was, I'm sure, well over 500, and could possibly be double that.
Could be up as many as 1,000.
It could be, yes.
Have you qualified as an expert in emergency medicine in the past?
Yes,
You qualified as an expert in the area of forensic pathology and wounds in the past.
yes,
Is that both in federal and state courts?
yes.
Doctor, were you asked to review certain materials related to this case in furtherance of coming to some opinions and conclusions about injuries suffered by John O'Keefe specific to his right arm?
Yes.
What did you review in coming to your opinions and conclusions?
Well, I reviewed hospital records and pictures taken of him in the hospital, when he was in the hospital. I reviewed autopsy records, the autopsy report, and photographs taken during and before the autopsy. I reviewed, let's see, I reviewed reviewed the grand jury testimony of the autopsy pathologist. I reviewed affidavit of Dr. Sheridan. I reviewed the town of Canton dog bite reports about regarding incidents.
Section, may we approach?
Yes.
Because remember, during the voir dire, she said she did not review those, but Ellen Jackson said he had provided them to her in a Dropbox folder. So maybe since then she's reviewed it. And the judge allowed her to testify based on that. So they may not be able to talk about that. Looks like she's looking at a list. Oh, come on with the fan. Yeah, maybe how about you don't show the attorney-client communications on TV? How about that? Good idea. Oh, why the fan? I'm taking it down for a minute. I can't stand it. It's right here. Live court's on a short break. Okay. Isn't it so refreshing to hear from experienced witnesses? Sean, thanks for the super chat. Why not ask, where's the blood? Good question. I'd like to know that myself. David Lally asked about falling on frozen ground. The ground would not have been frozen at 12:45 that night. The temperature was above 32 degrees Fahrenheit. Thank you. C. Nope. Thanks for the 5. So glad I found you. Clearly the best and most informative Karen Reed trial and commentary. You stop and don't talk over. Good rules, no personal appearance insults. Thank you. I'm glad you appreciate that. That's the way I like it too. Chloe Albert's Revenge. We've heard this, Lally. Bye. Long enough. Hashtag you lose. I didn't like the way he was treating Lucky. I don't think the jury liked it either. In my opinion. Can't see them, obviously, but be interesting if anybody is following anybody who's live tweeting in the courtroom. If you have any intel, let me know. Kim Kidd, thanks for the super chat. Watching and seeing pictures of his arm. Wow, totally dog scratches and bites. Did the dog owner get rid of it? Yeah. The owner rehomed the dog. And right around the time they were convening the state grand jury to have Karen Reed's charges upgraded to murder 2, that's when Chloe was rehomed because Chloe bit 2 other people. And that's what Dr. Russell just said she reviewed were the bite reports. But those 2 people are on the defense witness list. I don't know if they're going to call them. They may have photographs of their wounds. But I don't know if they're going to call them because they said their case would only take 4 days or 3 days. LGK, thanks for the 5. Maybe someone will open a bar and name it the sidebar and have drinks named after the judge and the attorneys. Somebody had said that. I saw that somewhere. Somebody sent me a picture of it. It was actually called Sidebar, BAH. And it was funny. If I can find that meme, I'll show it. Angel Mom, thank you for the 5. It's 3 years today that my son was unalived by his then fiance. We never got justice for him. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Was nobody ever arrested? Was it not investigated? Oh, no, well, I guess it was his then fiance. I'm so sorry. Prayers up for Angel Mom and getting justice. It's horrible. Thank you, TN, for the super chat. She might hit him by accident. She blacked out, forgot they had been there. Afterwards, Chloe attacked John on the ground. Albert's panicked and entangled. She might have. I just don't see the evidence lining up with that. He would have other injuries to his body if he got hit by a car, in my opinion. 'Tis my opinion. Spoken TC, we're ready by Boston. That's a good one. I'll put that on the list. Jen Stalka, thanks for the 5. I've been curious all along if Bev would dismiss, but not without punishing defense first because Yannetti wanting Bev to recuse herself. Yeah, we went over that entire motion to recuse. It was really interesting. Talked about the judge's personal ties to certain people in this case, which she denied. But that was an interesting motion. And, if ever there was a case to dismiss after the close of Commonwealth's case, this might be it. And uncivil law seems to have the same opinion. Thanks, Kurt. For the 5, who says, please someone tell me how a reasonable jury could convict to beyond a reasonable doubt standard at this time. There are rules, make it make sense. Well, uncivil, Massachusetts is kind of uncivil. It's like the Wild West. They have their own rules. Many of them go back to really Pilgrim times, like not even joking. And I was going to look up whatever this Latimer standard, I think it was Latimer, I wrote it down, that she was referring to, means in her eyes. But I've been saying all along, she's going to want this to go to a jury. She doesn't want to have to make the decision. She doesn't want the public outrage against her. She's going to let the jury do it. I'm sure you're getting your creative juices are flowing right now, Kurt, and you're getting your material ready for later, for a drop later today. And a collective mind, thanks to the 10. Let's dance, dancing in the street. Yeah, dancing in the street. Free Karen Reed, grant the motion. Nope. But the silver lining in that is we get to see the defense case, right? And we're going to see what some real lawyering looks like. We're going to get a master class in trial law and an expert examination and expert testimony. And we're going to see some people with some real credentials get on the stand. And it's going to be up to the jury to decide who they want to believe and who they think has a better theory of what happened here. Trooper Joe Paul or Dr. Daniel Wolf, who's a PhD, and Dr. Rensler, who is also a PhD and a biomechanical engineer. Whose opinion are they going to give more weight to? Comes down to battle of the experts, right? But then again, there's so much other conflicting testimony by civilians and witnesses inside the house that they're also going to consider. So thanks. Nothing Else Matters by Metallica. Good one. Thank you. On top. Oh, Leandra's dad is retired law enforcement. And thanks, Leandra, for the 20. Pops called a group of old retired law enforcements pounding the table, chanting defense, defense, bam, bam, defense, bam, bam, followed by we are bam, bam, outraged. They all called out your name, my name, and clapped. Average age of men, 86. Yes, I'm out there rocking in the geriatric world. I love it. My octogenarians, I love you guys. Thank you for watching, Leandra. That's fantastic. I love it. If you tell me your dad's name, I'll shout him out. Ultraman, thanks for the 5. Court TV wants to put pressure on Karen to testify. Ratings gold. So they push the drama of how she's losing to impact her thinking. She's wicked smart. I have a feeling Karen's wicked smart. She's not going to fall for that nonsense. And I think she gave an interview the other day or answered a question of a reporter outside the courthouse and said, I'm going to rely on whatever my attorneys tell me to do. And she kind of made it clear, like she does want to tell her story and she wants to be heard and she wants to defend herself because she's never been afraid of defending herself, but she will defer to her team on whether or not to take the stand. And at this point, I would say it's like the chances are slim and none just got on the bus. So that's my opinion. Albert thinks the attempt prosecution had a chance to prevent a bad beating. Sometimes you don't force a defending person to go on the aggressive. It tends to backfire on original aggressor. Yeah, good point, Albert. Charlie, Lynn, and Lucky We Trust. Thanks, Charlie, for the super chat. Kels, thank you for the super chat. So glad to catch you live. I'm a teacher, and yesterday was our last day, so now I can watch you live. Love you. Love you back. Love you back, Kels. School's out for summer. School's out for summer. True Crime with 7 Michelle. Thanks for the 10. Wait for us, David Yannetti. We've been waiting. Here we go. So far, it's been fire. We've heard from Lucky Loughran, the plow driver, who was unshakable in his testimony, although Lally did try to bully him. He knows the Alberts. He's known them since elementary school. He used to deliver pizzas for D&E, he said, right, for about 10 years. And the reason he didn't call the police about the Ford Edge that he says was parked in front of 34 Fairview on the night in question is because he didn't want to get them in trouble. That's the kind of guy Lucky Loughran is. And in my eyes, he was telling the truth. The truth doesn't change. Although they tried to impeach him with Proctor's report, because Proctor's report had some different times in there. But can we really trust the accuracy of any of Proctor's reports? Because even Jen McCabe said, I didn't tell him that. Chloe Albert's Revenge, thanks for the 5. Summary of prosecution. A bunch of old guys unintelligibly questioned in front of a live studio audience by a guy who should just shave his head. Remember I called his little hairdo the baby shark? Like when your kids had bubble bath and when they were babies and they had hardly any hair and they make a little baby shark with their bubble bath? The baby shark hair. Like Brandy Churchwell says, everyone in this case is either bald or named Brian. And we saw another Brian today. Lucky Loughran's name is Brian, so kind of apropos. BLT, thanks for the 5. I'm a little behind and LOL'd at work. Are we in the Twilight Zone? Where's Mark Betterow? Oh, wait, he's at that duck boat parade. Yeah, he's there. He's at that duck boat parade. Is anybody at the duck boat? I don't know what time the parade is, but is anybody there watching me on your phone while the parade goes by for the Celtics? 3 Dog Mary, in honor of the lone hair. Thank you. Thank you for the 5. That hair that was precariously perched on the side of the Karen Reed's Lexus. Lori, Life 360 for the win. Thank you so much for gifting 10 memberships. You're always so very generous to me and this channel and to everyone who has gifted a membership. Welcome. Thanks again, Lori. Amanda, thanks for the 5. I love your heart. I'm crying for him too, Melanie. We have to protect this man at all costs. Yeah, I mean, that was historic, I think, what he did. I mean, I think it was beautiful. Double Trouble 247. If Karen hadn't broken her tail light, this would have been the fall guy. Talking about Lucky, right? I think so. Thanks for the 5. Jimmy H, what, if anything, can help us, Norfolk County? Here's the 5. We cannot perceive color in low light, none of us, that you feel to work. Right? Aren't you an ophthalmologist? Jimmy. They're back. Thanks, Jimmy.
Good afternoon. This all report back in session. Please be seated.
So the Commonwealth's objection is overruled. You can continue.
Wow, a win for the defense.
Doctor, you've listed several items that you've reviewed and coming to your opinions and conclusions. Did you also review a toxicological report?
Yes.
And a neurology report, neuropathology report?
Yes.
As well from the Commonwealth?
Yes.
Based on your review of all of those materials, I don't want to know what your opinion or conclusion is yet, but were you able to come to an opinion or conclusion concerning the injuries specifically to John O'Keefe's arm?
Yes.
Or his right arm? Were there any documents in furtherance of your review from UC Davis?
Yes.
Did you review those as well?
Objection.
Sustained.
With the court's permission, may we display Exhibit 19, please?
Okay.
We're back.
Doctor, I want to show you a photograph and ask you very quickly, have you seen this before?
Yes.
Is this one of a number of photographs that you reviewed in furtherance of your evaluation of this case?
Yes, it is.
I'd like to just focus your attention on this for just a quick second and ask you, does this accurately reflect the wounds or injuries that you saw on John O'Keefe's right arm in coming to your opinions and conclusions?
Yes, it reflects the injuries that I saw in photographs.
All right. Now, based on your review of all of the data that you've talked about, all of the information that you were given and reviewed, what is your opinion or conclusion about how these injuries were sustained?
I believe that these injuries were sustained by an animal, possibly a large dog, because of the pattern of the injuries.
Could you describe for the jurors, please, on what you base that opinion?
Yes. Well, may I use the?
Sure.
Okay,
Boop,
thank you.
there it is.
There's a number of patterns here. There, up on the upper part of the arm, there's parallel lines, and those were inflicted by either teeth or claw marks. So there's a number of patterns that could be teeth or claw mark. And so this is one set right here. This is the one further down, closer to the elbow, is another set of parallel marks. Again, probably most likely from teeth marks. And the reason I say that is, in addition to the parallel marks up here, down here, there's also little punctate, incomplete puncture marks here, little round marks right there that were inflicted by the actual point of the tooth.
Okay, that was my question. What relevance does that have to your determination that this was likely caused by an animal?
Yes, and I can explain in a moment the various kinds of wounds that animals can inflict. But going on with the picture first. So then down right at the elbow, there's another different series of marks that again have linear abrasions up where the pointer is, and then down below some punctate, superficial, round, small abrasions, again representing upper and lower teeth, in my opinion. And then there are some irregular wounds down just below the elbow. And these are all, by the way, on the exterior surface, or what we call what doctors would call the posterior surface of the arm, which is the part of the arm that would sustain defensive type wounds. So if someone were to protect themselves.
Objection.
So sustained. Next question.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Doctor, if I can ask another question. Just to
Okay, we
clear
know.
up what you said a little earlier about some of the wounds close to the elbow, is it your opinion that both the top teeth and bottom teeth could have created some or all of the injuries on that elbow area?
Yes.
Okay, so in other words, instead of the mouth going all the way around the arm, it could have, the top and bottom jaw could have situated itself on this portion that we're seeing, the posterior part of the arm?
Yes. And in this case, the animal did not get a good enough contact.
Objection. Move to strike.
She's an expert.
So I'm going to strike that, ask a different question.
Have you seen contact wounds where the animal, a dog, for instance, gets a very solid purchase on the leg, arm, part of the body?
Yes.
Okay, is that this or is this something else?
Something else.
Describe that.
Well, an animal inflicts injuries. the type of injury depends in part on the actual type of contact and how much force is applied by that animal, in addition to any relative movement between the animal and the victim in this case. So, for instance, in the law enforcement dog bites, many of
Objection.
So the nature, is it notice? Is it, what's one word?
Lally, state the grounds for your objection for the first time in 29 days of trial. Lally has to state the grounds for his objection because even the judge can't make one up in her head. Fantastic.
May we approach?
So the nature, is it notice? Is it, what's
Nature of the objection.
one word?
He doesn't know. He can't even come up with one
May
word.
we approach?
May we approach? I need a help. I need a cheat sheet, Your Honor. Wow. Wow. Who let the dogs out? I feel so validated. I feel so validated. When was it that I did the original dog bite video with Garrett Wing, the original long form version that was 2 hours of me interviewing Garrett Wing, who has an amazing YouTube channel. He trains canine dogs, and he's done so for his whole entire life, and his dad was a canine trainer, and I had him on my show, and I interviewed him for 2 hours, and I showed him a picture of the arm, and he told us exactly why these are dog bites and exactly why you may not always see bottom teeth in wounds, and exactly how German Shepherds in particular are taught to bite. And he brought in a prosthetic arm that they use for training, and how a dog who's not trained to bite would have more shallow bites. It is a 2-hour show. And I feel validated after Jennifer Koffendorfer tried to make me look like an a-hole on court TV. This woman has more credentials than anyone that we've seen testify in this trial.
You are
And she is a
unmuted.
medical doctor, not a dog trainer. So take that.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Without getting into any specifics about police canines,
Okay.
does the pattern of injuries that you see appear consistent with an animal or a large dog?
Yes.
Does the number of injuries that you see here relegated to just the right arm, is that also consistent with an animal or large dog?
Yes, it can be.
Is the direction of the injuries or the consistency of the direction of the injuries with parallel injuries, is that also consistent with an animal or large dog attack?
Yes.
Based on everything that we've discussed today, Doctor, is it your opinion, based on a reasonable degree of medical certainty, that these injuries were from an animal attack, possibly a large dog?
Yes.
Yes, that's her opinion.
Can I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
She's more credible than every single one of the Commonwealth experts or people
That's all I have at this time, Your Honor.
Okay.
May we
in
approach?
Okay.
this trial. She's the most credible. Lally needs help again. So he's going to the sidebar for some extra help today. He needs a tutor. That's what he needs. That is what holy crap. I feel so validated. I was gaslit for so long. We were all gaslit for so long into believing the Lexus had teeth, into trying to be convinced that the taillight exploded and caused those injuries to Officer John O'Keefe's arm.
You are unmuted.
The fog is lifting, friends. The fog is lifting. Justice is coming.
Hey, John.
Sure.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir.
Now, testified that you're certified in emergency medicine, is that correct?
That is correct.
And you're not, nor were you ever certified in forensic medicine, is that correct?
That is correct.
Pathology.
Mhm.
Correct.
And when was the last time that you worked at a coroner's office?
1995 in terms of doing autopsies. Yes.
Now, when was it that you first spoke to anyone from defense counsel in regard to your coming in here and testifying today?
May 17th.
Doctor, I am going to ask you to keep your voice up.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
May 17th, 2024.
May 17th of this year, is that right?
2024.
So about 6 weeks after this trial began?
I don't know when the trial began.
Now, as far as who reached out to who?
I reached out to a district attorney that I worked with with the LA coroner's office.
And then somehow that person put you in touch with Mr. Jackson, is that right?
Yes,
And was that also on May 17th?
17th and 18th, yes.
So I'm sorry, 17th or the 18th? Which one was it that you spoke with Mr. Jackson?
I didn't speak to him.
You did not speak to him?
Not speaking, not verbal. There was some email communication or text communication.
You communicated with him? Was that
Yes.
on the 17th or the 18th?
Yes, both, I think.
Both, okay. And when did you render this opinion as far as what you've testified to here today?
Shortly after he sent me the files.
Now, in regards to those files, you testified in this court a couple days ago, correct?
I did.
And you were under oath at that point, is that correct?
Excuse me?
You were under oath at that point, is that correct?
Yes,
And when you were asked specifically what materials that you had reviewed,
So you got?
included a number of items, but you did not include anything about a Dr. Sheridan affidavit, anything about a UC Davis report, or anything about any sort of bite history for a canine that lived or resided at 34 Fairview Road, correct?
that's correct because I hadn't reviewed them then.
And so since then, 2 days ago, now you've reviewed them, correct?
Yes, I became aware that those files existed, yes.
You became aware of those files. Were they not sent to you previously?
No, I think there were technical difficulties regarding me and the computer and downloading from Dropbox. And so, yeah, so they were, I think they were sent to me, but I think I didn't open them.
Now, with reference to
Technical difficulties. This courthouse just got Wi-Fi like a week before this trial started. Okay. This is amazing. This is fantastic.
these technical difficulties, did you ever express any of those technical difficulties, or, hey, I can't see the whole file, or there's other things in here that are listed that I can't look at?
No, I wasn't aware.
And so with regard to, as far as your reaching out or contact in regard to this case, how did that come about?
Okay. I saw an article, I believe it was in the Boston Globe regarding this case. And I didn't, initially I didn't think anything of it. Then I saw an article that indicated that there was some,
I'm not asking you anything about anything any article indicated. You saw an article in the Boston Globe about
Yes.
this case, is that right?
yes,
And how did you come upon it? Do you have a subscription to the Boston Globe?
I did at the time, yes,
Did at the time. What time was this?
in May,
May of 2024?
yes.
And how long had you had a subscription to the Boston Globe at the time that you saw this?
It was either a 6-month subscription or a year, I don't remember.
And that was the first time that you had seen anything about that?
First time I paid attention to anything like that, yes.
Now, again, you had testified here just a couple of days ago when I asked you questions about this, is that right?
Yes,
It wasn't in your testimony just a couple of days ago that the subscription was actually for a year or 18 months. You
No.
Remember, not 6 months. a year.
She did not say that.
So only one person can talk at a time. So was that your testimony, doctor?
She didn't say
no, I
that.
don't believe so. I believe that I said it was a 6-month subscription or a 12-month subscription.
We were there. Lally.
In any event, you saw something, that's the
In
first
any
time
event.
that you recall seeing anything in the media about this case was in May of 2024?
It was the first time that I recall reading anything about it. Correct.
Now, did you write a report in regard to your opinions that you've testified here today?
No.
And I asked you that a couple days ago as well?
Yes.
Okay, so in the
Sir.
last couple of days, you've had time to review a UC Davis report, Dr. Sheridan's affidavit, and any sort of dog bite history, but you haven't had a chance to write a report?
Objection.
Sustain to that form.
Yeah.
You haven't written a report, correct?
That's correct.
Her report is in her head.
I haven't been asked to write a report, sir.
Did you ever look at anything related to Mr. O'Keefe's head injury?
I looked at,
Objection.
Sustained.
She said she looked at the emergency room record, autopsy report. You want her to give you your opinion? Give you her opinion on the head injury?
Yes.
Because you fought to keep that out. You fought to keep that out, sir. This woman doesn't need to write a report because guess what? It's in her head. She has a photographic memory. Ask her how much she's being paid for her testimony, Lally. Ask her. That's a usual question. It's asked all the time, consistently, of experts. How much are you being paid to testify here today? It's not going to ask her. You know why? Because I think she's doing it for free. He's going to try and make it look like she wanted to insert herself into this case, really? Anybody who's covering this case knows the hatred, the vitriol, the trolling that we have experienced. I really don't think this woman wants her 15 minutes by coming in to insert herself into this trial. Thanks, on top. I think I wrote that down. Siha said, when talking about Lucky, he has to live in Canton. Think of that. Hope nobody will bully him. Hope so too. Hi, Laura. My daughter's having surgery, so I'm watching in the waiting room. Oh, the poor people around me. Now maybe they will Google Karen Reed. Wait for us. I hope your daughter's okay. Prayers up for Laura's daughter, everyone. Kids say some funny things when they come out of anesthesia. One of my daughters came out of anesthesia after a surgery and said, Mommy, I saw Meredith Grey in the operating room. And Meredith told me that it was okay to wake up and that everything was fine. I said, really? And she was still, you could tell, under the effects of anesthesia. I said, was anybody else there too? And she said, yeah. She said, George was there too. Like, of all the characters from Grey's Anatomy, she picks George. It was hilarious. Hilarious. So many people do videos of their kids, like when they come out of like having their wisdom teeth pulled and they're still under anesthesia. It was hilarious. I'm just a girl in the world. Thanks to Super Chat. Just when you think Lally can't be any more despicable. Love Lucky. Me too. We love Lucky. Angel Fire, thank you. Lally has a voice now after 70 witnesses. Did he grow cojones? I don't know. I don't know. All of a sudden he gets a little confidence. Weird. Arizona Nature Chick, thank you. I believe that was their original plan, to blame the snowplow driver for hitting John. A lot of people seem to agree with you on that one. Katie, thank you so much for the 20. You're so sweet. Do judges always ask the prosecutors if they want to object? It has happened several times. No. You're on
You
your
are
own,
unmuted.
at least in New York, and you have to state your grounds. Thanks, Katie. We're in the Wild West of Massachusetts.
May I have a moment, John?
Yes.
More moments, Lally? You need more moments? Auntie Deb is in the house? Here? Like here? Auntie Deb, you should come on my show and we could do comedy. Auntie Deb, send me an email. Are you really here? In the house or in the courthouse? We're here in the chat. If you're not subscribed to Auntie Deb on YouTube, go do it. Hilarious. He plays all the characters in
Now,
this
Doc,
trial.
you testified that you had some familiarity with areas of forensic science. You're on some boards, things of that nature. Is that correct?
Yes.
And as a result of that, or any other work experience, are you familiar with a NAS report from 2008?
Not with that limited information, no.
You're not aware of a report issued by the National Association of Forensic Science in 2008, which specifically has a section dealing with.
So I'm going to see you both at sidebar again.
What he's gonna try and like impeach her with some article in some rando journal that he expects her to remember from 2008 that maybe perhaps did not agree with her opinion. Like, really? Is this all you got, Lally Flop? Lally Flop, everybody else together, ready? Lally Flop, ooh, lally, 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 lally flop, ooh, lally, 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 lally flop. Bum. Really? Come on, dude. 2008? You can do better. No, actually, on second thought, you can't. Holly, thanks for the super chat. Dr. Russell, 100%. She's a breath of fresh air. I am in love with her. Her education is so well educated.
You are unmuted.
She's highly accomplished. David, does Massachusetts and DA have a quality improvement plan? I don't know. Maybe some of my Mass friends can respond to you in the chat on that, David. Thanks for the super chat.
So ma'am, you're not familiar with that report specifically as it applies to forensic odontology?
Wait, report? Is it a report or is it an article, sir? Forensic odontology. Now he's got some.
So could you say that again, Mr. Lally? What's the report?
The National Academy of Sciences 2008 report in relation to the section referring to forensic odontology.
I'm not familiar with that specific report, no.
So then you equally unfamiliar with the representation that that is not from the NAS report, that is not a reliable science as far as bite marks are concerned.
There are certain aspects of bite marks that have been deemed not reliable. And that I believe has to do with saying that this particular person or animal inflicted this particular bite. But that's very specific, and that's what I'm aware of, that recommendation.
You're not aware of any findings in the NAS report that has led to questioning the value and scientific objectivity of such evidence?
For specifically identifying a bite mark to an individual that might have inflicted the bite mark, I think that's what that applies to.
Okay, I'm not asking.
School him.
Again, this is a report. Are you familiar with it or are you not familiar?
School him.
I'm familiar with a summary or a abstract of a report that indicates that forensic odontology is not is deemed not reliable when it comes to that particular narrow aspect of forensic odontology.
And so you're not familiar with it. Also talking about sample data and collection, analyses of these, interpretation and reporting of results. You're not familiar with those areas of the NAS report as well?
What specifically, do you have a specific question about that, or?
My first question was whether or not you're familiar with the report. You indicated that you weren't.
I did not read the report.
From the report.
Mr. Lally,
He's being
let the
nasty.
witness answer one question at a time, one speaker at a time. Doctor, can you answer that question?
Sure. I did not read that report.
Now, you
from
had written some
2008.
articles, that you were asked about in reference to dog bites or canine dog bites in the emergency department. Is that correct?
Yes, co-authored.
Something that you published or authored or co-authored sometime in the late 1990s. Is that right?
Correct.
And in that instance, you talk about law enforcement dogs and a bite and a hold technique, correct?
Yes.
Now, part of the reason in writing that article had to do with sort of the applied forces and the unique spectrum of injuries from those kind of dog bites. Is that correct?
Yes,
And that spectrum of injuries would include deep puncture wounds. Is that right?
they can. Yes.
Severe crush injuries. Is that right?
Correct.
Large tissue avulsions and lacerations. Is that right?
Yes.
Wounds necessitating surgical debridement. Is that right?
Yes.
Bony injuries ranging from cortical violations to displaced fractures. Is that right?
Yes.
Neurovascular damage. Is that right?
Yes.
And other wounds at high risk for infection, correct?
Correct. But we also put a disclaimer in that article.
I'm not asking you about any disclaimer.
Okay.
I'm asking you about that's what the type of injuries that you were looking at. Is that correct?
Yes, but we saw a skewed population.
You skewed population in a study. Is that correct?
What we saw the worst of the worst.
Or no? Did
Yes.
you skew the population in the study?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the
Did you
question.
skew the population?
We skewed the, did we skew? No, we reported on all the ones that presented to the emergency room for care. However, a lot of dog bites don't present to the emergency room.
And so from the different cases that you report on within that article, are there any of those cases in which there is injuries to just one aspect of one part of the human body for the victims of dog attacks or dog bites in those cases?
There may have been. That's a summary of the 700 cases, more than 700 cases.
Keep going, Lally. Dig. Can I have some dig emojis in the chat, please?
Is it normal in any kind of animal attack for injuries to occur on just one side of one arm of the person that's being attacked, clawed, or bitten?
Don't ask her that.
There are many people who are bitten or scratched.
I'm asking
Only-
if it's normal, ma'am. That's all I'm
Okay,
asking.
so hold on, Mr. Jackson. Mr. Lally, ask a question, wait for the answer, and then start a next question. Do not interrupt the witness.
I apologize. I don't mean to interrupt, but I'm asking for an answer responsive to the question.
Really? Because none of your witnesses were responsive to the question ever. And the judge never directed any of your witnesses to respond to the question, sir. Now you want the rules to apply? Now there's rules in the court? Okay. Try and beat up on this woman and see how far that gets you.
Ask a question and ask it in a manner that you get a responsive answer.
Dr. Russell, is it your testimony that it's normal in an animal attack for injuries to occur on just one side of one arm and nothing else, anywhere else on that person's body?
It can be, yes.
I'm not asking if it can be. I'm asking, is that normal?
I can't say.
There's no normal dog bite.
Sustained, you have to ask the question differently.
There's no normal dog bite.
So from your observations you looked at,
Just like there's no normal pedestrian strike, right, Lally? There's no normal. Everyone's injuries are different, right, Lally? Depending on the size of the car and the shape of the car. Every dog bite's different depending on the patient, their positioning, the dog.
various photographs of Mr. O'Keefe, is that right?
I did.
Did you observe any injuries on any other part of his body that you would attribute to an animal attack, whether they be claw marks or bite marks or anything else?
No,
Dogs
So nothing
bite.
on his left arm, correct?
There were marks
nothing
on
that
his left arm.
identified as a dog bite or
Nothing on
scratch.
his legs, is that correct?
That's correct.
Nothing on his torso, is that correct?
That's correct.
Why don't you just do this,
Now,
Lally?
You say,
Why don't you do this? Why don't you kick the door in? Is opening the door. Kick the door in. Awesome.
an
I love it.
animal attack, possibly a large dog, correct?
Yes.
Can you say what type of animal left these marks that you attribute to an animal attack?
German Shepherd.
Not with 100% certainty. No.
Can you say where physically Mr. O'Keefe was located when those the animal attack supposedly occurred?
Yeah, he was laying on the ground
Can you say that?
No.
at 34 Fairview.
Can you say when Mr. O'Keefe purportedly sustained these injuries from an animal attack?
Well, to a certain degree, yes. Before, yeah, it was before death, but not long enough to have a big inflammatory reaction. So yes.
Uh-huh.
So minutes to hours before death.
Keep going.
Minutes to
Minutes?
hours before death, but at
Hours.
some point before death, correct?
Yes.
Can you say anything about the breed of dog?
No.
Can you say anything about whether it occurred inside the house, outside of the house, anything like that?
No.
As far as you mentioned some of the different things that you reviewed over the course of your testimony, over the preparation of your testimony, both prior to Tuesday and between Tuesday and today, any of those things contain any forensic reports or phone examinations or anything else related to this case?
Could you repeat that? I didn't. What kind of examination?
Any
Phone?
of the materials that you reviewed, whether it be prior,
Don't get
sometime
uppity.
between May 17th and Tuesday,
Dude.
or anything that you reviewed between Tuesday and today, did any of those materials that you reviewed contain any sort of forensic reports or anything beyond the UC days?
Yes, I saw a photograph.
So you saw photographs. And to that point, you never actually saw Mr. O'Keefe's body, correct? You just saw photographs?
Yeah, because nobody took any pictures of his body on the lawn, Lally, remember?
That's true.
And with respect to the UC Davis report, as far as canine DNA, are you aware that the results of that were that there was no canine DNA on
Objection.
Mr. O'Keefe, on swabbings that were sent to the UC Davis lab?
I'm going to allow it.
Yes, but there was clothing in between.
Okay, but the swabbings came from the clothing with tears in the
Okay.
clothing in the same area as the injuries, correct?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Do you know that or no?
I couldn't tell if they came from the wound or the clothing. I thought that they came from the clothing, but
You couldn't tell by reviewing
They
the
did come
report
from the
whether or not
clothing.
the swabbings came from clothing or from Mr. O'Keefe's body.
I know the clothing was sent to the laboratory,
They
You know
weren't just the
clothing was
swabs.
sent to what laboratory?
to the DNA laboratory.
To UC Davis?
Oh, I don't know that. No, I'm sorry.
You are aware that that came back as far as negative for any canine DNA, correct?
That's correct.
Explain it, Doc. Explain it.
Now, as far as the injuries that you observed, your testimony is
Open
that
the door.
both the top teeth of whatever animal this is and the bottom teeth of whatever animal this is both made contact with only the top of Mr. O'Keefe's arm or the posterior of his arm?
Both sets of teeth made contact with certain of those wounds, yes, but not all of them.
But neither the top nor the bottom teeth made any contact that you observed, assuming your issue as far as an animal attack. There's no evidence of any animal attack on the bottom of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, correct?
I'm not sure what you mean by bottom.
Anterior,
Interior? That's correct.
and nothing on the posterior or the anterior of his left arm,
That is correct.
and nothing on his legs,
That's correct.
nothing on his torso,
Correct.
nothing on his head. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as the marks that you did observe that you do attribute to an animal attack, can you even say with certainty whether or not those marks you feel are bite marks versus scratch marks? Do you have any idea which are which?
There may be a combination.
So is that a no?
Well, no, I think that the ones that had the linear abrasions above the small round punctate abrasions, I believe that those are bite marks from upper and lower teeth.
Any other questions, Lally?
Now, you indicated that part of what you had reviewed was a dog bite history for a dog from 34 Fairview Road named Chloe. Is that right?
Yes.
And,
Good.
there were a couple different instances of that dog essentially getting in a fight with other dogs, correct?
Yes.
And at any point in time, did you see anything in there as far as a dog going after a human in which there was no other dog present?
She was not there, Lally.
No.
And there were actually photographs contained within that material of dog bites from that dog, from Chloe, correct?
Yes.
Did any of those dog bites that you saw in those photographs look anything like what you observed in the photos that you saw of Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
No, but, okay.
That's all, man.
Objection, Your Honor.
No, so the answer is no. You can get back up, Mr. Jackson, but the
Okay.
answer to that question is no. Next question.
Let's see the pictures. You opened the door, Lally. I don't think they need to bring in the people who were bitten by Chloe now. Lally wants the jury to believe that Chloe only bites people when other dogs are around. Okay,
So
cool.
is it your testimony that from reviewing what you reviewed, that what you observe on Mr. O'Keefe's arm is consistent with an animal attack to the exclusion of any other possibilities?
To a degree of reasonable medical certainty, yes.
So
Yeah.
as far as any other sort of blunt impact injuries or other manifestations of how those scratches got there, you're saying, nope, had to be an animal attack.
I've seen thousands of wounded.
Tell me. What I'm asking is.
All right,
somewhat-
so Mr. Lally, I'm going to let the witness answer.
That's right.
Go ahead, man.
I've seen thousands of people with injuries to their skin. And from blunt, from sharp, from all different mechanisms. Those injuries did not look like blunt force injuries.
So it's your testimony that the injuries to his arm don't look anything like blunt force injuries that you've seen before. You wouldn't characterize them as that?
That's correct.
And she's done a million autopsies too, mofo.
And that's based on some photographs and some other materials that you began reviewing sometime May 17th, 2024.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm an ER doctor. I need to make a diagnosis quickly when I see something, and I'm trained to do that. That's my specialty.
Were you being asked as an ER doctor to come to a quick conclusion in this case?
No,
But you did anyway.
it's how I'm trained.
Nothing further.
There
Very
goes
briefly, Your Honor.
my hero.
Concerning the forensic odontology report, the NAS report that Mr. Lally asked you about, what is your understanding about the report as it pertains to identifying individuals who left a bite mark? Explain that to the jury, please.
I believe the report says that is not reliable as it once was thought to be.
Like a fingerprint identifying a human being, DNA identifying a person, or a bite mark identifying a person. NAS said, not the bite mark, doesn't work that way.
That's correct.
Has nothing to do with the pattern of injuries that you've seen 1,000 times from animals, correct?
Correct.
You were asked several questions about the injuries that you saw and studied attendant to highly trained canines, police dogs, correct?
Yes.
Very different than just a domestic dog that somebody might have as a pet, correct?
Correct.
And the bite injuries are very, very different as well, aren't they?
That is correct.
You were asked whether or not you were aware, based on UC Davis's report, that there was no canine DNA found on the swabs that were sent to them, correct?
Yes,
Are you also aware that there was pig DNA?
I'm aware of that.
Did that have any impact did you analyze that at all, one way or the other?
Not to any degree of scientific certainty, no.
But you do know that dogs chew on pig ears sometimes, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Sorry, it's out there.
You've reviewed at least a report, if not a series of reports, that indicate that a particular dog has an attack history, correct?
Yes,
Notice how he coughed during Chloe? Notice how Lally coughed right when he said Chloe?
We're asked specifically by Mr. Lally whether or not the wounds in a dog attack on another dog attack where a human stuck a hand in the middle look anything like these, correct? Remember that question?
I remember a question like
And
that.
you said no, but, and then you were cut off. Remember that?
Yes,
Can you finish that answer for us?
yes. So animals and dogs in particular can inflict a wide variety of injuries on the skin, from just individual puncture wounds to abrasions where there's a scratching of the skin, to where there's actually a pulling away pulling away of the skin from the underlying tissues, your ripping effect. And so there's a variety of wounds that or patterns that one can see from an animal attack. It depends a lot on the thickness of the skin, the movement of between the victim and the animal, and also the power of the animal and the training of the animal. Yes.
So in other words, not all wounds inflicted by a particular animal are going to look exactly the same.
Correct.
Very dynamic situation, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Doctor, having seen up to 1,000 bite and claw marks on the human body, and based on your review of the entirety of the case file that you reviewed, including the nature and the pattern and the consistency of the injuries that you saw on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, what is your opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty about the nature of those injuries?
Objection.
Sustained.
What is your ultimate conclusion and opinion about the injuries that you saw and that you reviewed and that we saw today?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why sure? Because you already gave it?
Can you tell the jurors at the end of the day, what is your opinion and conclusion about those injuries?
Objection.
Sustained.
She already gave it. Asked and answered. Yeah, good. Please do. The witness is so confused. She's like, what? Mrs. O'Keefe. All right, well, we can go to this. We have Auntie Deb in the chat. Thanks for the 5. Friggin' Lally, heard you mentioned me the other day. Thank you, Queen. No, thank you, Queen. Will you come on my show? Could Auntie Deb, will you send me an email at fanbase@mlittlelaw.com? I'd love for you to come on and do some comedy because we need some comedy. And we love your videos. You are fire. Thank you for coming in.
No more questions.
You are
And
unmuted.
Mr. Lally, you had no more questions?
No, yeah.
Okay.
All right, doctor, you are all set.
Okay, thank you.
This girl is on fire. Wow, what a show. It took 29 days, but we finally got here. Wait for us. Wait for us. And I mean, this is only the second witness. This is historic, my friends. You're watching something. We are watching something together that is historical in nature.
All right, jurors, we will take our luncheon break.
Court, all rise for the jury.
Let me know what time is she going to say what time is she going to give them a full hour since she's making them work a full day? Elika Lagushka, thanks for your super chat. This case will be decided by science. Suggest adding Coldplay's The Scientist to the playlist. Best plays on YouTube. Love me and the mods. Thanks. Suzanne Glamassous, all jurors are taking extensive notes on Dr. Russell's testimony. Thank you for reading the live reports and reporting back. Tammy, thank you. Karen looks happy. Aloha from Hawaii, Karen. We all love you here. You are very pointed. You are very to the point and very clear. Looking forward.
I just want to know who you have this
being
afternoon.
with you to the end.
All right, thank you.
Wait, what?
Just Richard Green, Your Honor.
I just want to know who you have this afternoon.
Just Richard Green, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Just somebody. I didn't hear what he said. Did anybody hear what he said? Just who? And like, are you going to tell us what time lunch is over?
You are muted.
I mean, it's 1 o'clock. Are we going to say 1:45? Blessed Mom from Texas, one of my besties. Just because I love you, Melanie. And mods in chat. Pray for Karen Reed. She needs to walk free. Question: will defense try and get rid of the lesser charges? I don't like lesser charges. They scare me. What do you think? Yeah, they'll try. I think they'll try. I don't know what's going to happen. There should be a conference on jury instructions before deliberations, so I'm sure we will be privy to that. I hope. I'd like to see that those lesser charges taken out of there too. In my opinion, Donna Lynch, thank you. Love watching the trial with you, and I love watching it with you too. It's like watching with a friend. Oh, thank you. You guys are all my friends. The Hermit Crab, thank you for the super sticker, Hermit Crab. Nina, thank you for the 5. Why didn't the defense ask the medical examiner why she specifically excluded a physical fight in her report? Sometimes, a good lawyer does not ask the question that he or she does not know the answer to. And so I think they want to keep this case as clean as possible. And I think that they knew that they had Dr. Russell lined up, and they also have another medical examiner, Frank Sheridan, lined up. So I don't think that they wanted to muddy the waters and potentially get a question they didn't like the answer to, but that's my opinion. It's a strategy. And I do think in the end, Scordi-Bello was helpful for the defense. So you never know. Eleanor, thanks so much for the 10. You love my coverage. Thank you. So happy I found you. I'm so happy you found me too. Thank you to Dr. Weeks for becoming a new member. And it came up twice. So I don't know. Did you become a member twice? Lori, Life 360 for the win. I wanted to hear some more about that Life 360 data. Thanks for the 20, Lori. This is so enjoyable to watch Lally in panic mode. Thank you. I think we're all breathing a little bit easier today and just feeling validated in so many ways. Lucky is our hero. I got to put some hero songs on the playlist. Sweet Teas, thank you for your super sticker. Kindness Cake, thank you. Melanie, your dog bite video was the best. So well done and affirmed for many the obvious fact that John's arm was mauled by a dog. Thank you, Kindness Cake. MD, thanks for the 5. Lally's about to ask her if she saw a Ford Edge. That would have been classic. Auntie Deb, I hope you're listening because we have some comedy gold in this chat. Watch the chat. You'll get some really. Oh, Richard Green is coming in this afternoon. Oh, that's going to be great because he's the Celebrite expert. This whole day is like must see TV. Like, do not leave. Stay right here. Lindsay, thank you for the 5. He's now acting like a spoiled little child who isn't getting what he wants. How pathetic. Shame on you, Lally. Shame, shame, shame. Shame. Oh, that's Chain of Fools. We have that. All right, Chain of Fools. Cordell Photography, thanks for the 10. John O'Keefe, ASS on. Did the taillights? A sweatshirt, yeah. Did the taillight push his sleeves up to scratch his arms? Oh, yeah. Well, how about the puncture wounds in the outside of the clothing? That would have been something interesting to ask the doctor about, Dr. Russell. But again, she testified there was a shirt in between his arm and the wounds, and maybe that's why no canine DNA came up, and then the wounds were swabbed, but I mean, the shirts were swabbed, but not the wounds like crazy. Leandra, your pop is in my email. Excellent. I'll check it out on the break. AJ, thanks for tuning in from Canada. I'm waking up my dogs by screaming at the TV. I think everybody did a lot of screaming. We're all losing our voices here. Lindsay Tyler, thanks for the 5. You should be embarrassed. 2 of my children were bitten by dogs as young children. Both dogs bit them on one of their hands. That's it. Right. They don't always bite the legs. Sometimes they just bite in one area. Kathy, looks says Lally's having a tantrum. The Chloe mugshot, please, defense exhibit. Thanks on top. Albert, thank you. Dr. Russell would be the boss of Scordi-Bello if she was still active today. She was not just a member of boards, but a fellow. Someone important. That's right. She's very high ranking. Dr. Doctor by the Thompson twins. Love this lady. Thanks, Ella. Jonathan Dean, thanks for the 5. Chloe was probably a washout police dog because of the lack of bite and hold, as we see here, right? And Garrett Wing, during that show that I did with him, talked about how a washout might bite as compared to a trained police dog. Thank you. Fairy Raven, Richard Green next. Thank you. Thanks, Fairy Raven. Uncivil figured it out. The state is so used to hearing experts speaking stupid, and she doesn't speak stupid, so she must not be qualified. Yeah, kind of feels like that, doesn't it? I feel like Richard Green. So we have one more witness for the day. And so I wonder if we should keep this stream going, if we should break it up into 2. What say you, my friends? Let's see if there's some more questions here. Let's see. Auntie Deb, I got your email. I got your email. No worries. No worries. Thank you. Thank you. Awesome. Awesome. Auntie Deb, are you free right now? I'll send you the link right now. Are you kidding? You want to entertain some people over the lunch break? I have StreamYard set up. You can come in and entertain if you like. I'm going to email you right back. Who wants to hear from Auntie Deb over the lunch break? Maybe in about, you want to teleport? What do you want to do? What you want to do? What you want to do? I'm going to come for you. Do it, Auntie Deb. All right, sent. Alicia, thank you for the Venmo. Says Boston Globe runs for 4 weeks at a time. There's Leandra's pop. Leandra's pop. He's grumpily outraged. That's a cute picture. Sally, thank you for the Venmo. What a great show. She said you have a gift for kindly uniting people in the interest of justice. Thank you. Jen, check out the probable cause affidavit. Both Jen and Matt McCabe said they saw Karen Reed drive away from the house. They never said that during their testimony, things that make you go, Yeah, Jen, we were over all of those statements so many times. Louise, thank you. Why did Ms. Little not ask about the loss of blood for John O'Keefe? Yeah, I think we answered that, Louise. Thank you for the memo. I think it's because they weren't sure what she was going to say. You know? Kurt, you're around. You want to come in? Uh-oh, I hear something outside that has to do with my, I don't know what, garbage cans. Thank you, Deborah, for the Venmo. Very much. All right, you guys, let's take a 20-minute break because we need it. Cheryl, thank you so much for the Venmo. And I think Leanne, thank you so much. Says it's fantabulous that I'm a great role model. Oh, that's so sweet. All right, let's do this. I think what we'll do is this. Auntie Deb, I sent you a link, and Kurt, I'm gonna port us. I'm gonna start a new stream because my fear is with this stream it may get demonetized because of the graphic photos, and then that way at least one of them will be running like normal. So let's teleport over. Just give me a second to set it up. Talk amongst yourselves for a minute. Today's what, day 29? Do it for 1. What time is it now? We need like, all right, let's set this for 1:40. Did you guys read the entire string of emails? Aussie has the link on her YouTube channel. You can go over there and check it out. And the entire string, they left out a lot of emails. And I think the ones they left out, I mean, not emails, I'm sorry, text messages. I think the ones they left out were good for the defense, but no use in, there's no need to beat as such a dead horse, as they say. All right, we are going to, Sleuthy just posted them. Yeah, also Ozzy posted them. Oh, thanks for loving my coverage, Desiree. All right, let's teleport over. Safe travels, everyone. We are going to, please hit the like button on your way out. There's 6,000 of you here. Everyone needs a break. It's been a very long week. We're going to come back around a half an hour from now at 1:40. So please, yeah, take a look. Take a look at those text messages. Auntie Deb says, I heard my emails end up in spam. Nope, they did not. Also, you have the best fans. Oh my gosh, my fans are so in love with you, Auntie Deb, but you need like more time than just like 5 minutes on here. Dream on, Aerosmith. Thank you. Jen, Wrestler's Mom. I know y'all probably don't like country, but my song Karen is Run by George Strait. Are you kidding? We put like Red Solo Cup in there. We have like Friends in Low Places on there. Thanks, Wrestler's Mom. We love all music here. We are not discriminatory when it comes to music. We have Eminem on there. We've got it all. Thanks, Gina, for your super sticker. And thanks, Desiree, for loving my coverage. Let's all teleport on over to the afternoon stream. I will see you there in just a little bit. Safe travels, everyone. And peace. Hit the like button on your way out and then hit it on the way in when you go over there. Safe travels.